I had been working as a ranger along the Appalachian corridor for years, and I'd learned that the scariest moments out here were never about ghosts or strange lights in the woods. They were about real things, animals, people, accidents, or the weight of being so far away from help when something went wrong. I still think about one incident whenever people ask me about the worst time I've ever felt the raw edge of fear while on duty. It happened a few years ago, and though I wasn't the one who was stalked that night, I was the ranger called to check the area, and I ended up retracing the steps of what happened. My friend, who had been out camping near one of the longer stretches of the Appalachian Trail, was the one who first told me the story. He cut his trip short, but the call I received later meant I had to go out there alone and confirm things for myself. The area he had been camping in was a section of mixed hardwood forest, thick with oaks, maples, and hemlocks, with ridges that rose steep on either side. The trail cut through in a winding way, sometimes narrow and rocky, sometimes opening up into wider service roads used years back by logging trucks or fire patrols. That particular stretch where he had his encounter was one of those gravel service roads, flat, long, and hemmed in by a steep incline on the right-hand side and a shallow slope rolling down into thicker woods on the left. He told me that as he walked alone one night, he felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Anyone who has ever spent enough time in the woods knows that prickling feeling, like the hair on your neck lifting before your brain has even figured out why. It's your instincts catching something your eyes haven't. He scanned the slope and caught the shine of a pair of eyes above him. Big eyes, glowing in the faint light, fixed on him. He didn't know at first what he was looking at, but the height and spread made it clear that it wasn't a deer. It wasn't a raccoon either. It was lower to the ground, closer to the earth, and wide apart. That was when he realized he was staring at a big cat. Most people think mountain lions aren't out here anymore. They've been declared extinct in this region for decades, and the officials will tell you there aren't breeding populations in the eastern states anymore, not like there are out west. But stories persist. Tracks are found. Game cameras catch strange shapes. Farmers sometimes whisper about calves going missing or something shadowy slipping through their fields at night. The Appalachians have a way of keeping secrets, and I've never been someone who bets against nature. He saw the cat, and his body reacted before his mind did. He spotted a heavy limb lying along the trail. Without bending or taking his eyes off the animal, he hooked it with his boot, flicked it up, and caught it in his hand. He raised it, waving, shouting, and the cat slipped back into the trees. He didn't wait around. He didn't finish his hike. He went straight to his car and slept there. By the morning, he was already packed and driving home. When he told me later, I could see in his eyes he wasn't exaggerating. He had no reason to, but I had to check it out. If there really was a big cat roaming the stretch of trail, it meant campers were at risk. I hiked into the same area 2 nights later, late in the evening, just as the light was fading. I remember how quiet it felt, how the gravel crunched louder than usual under my boots. On the right side, the incline rose sharply, studded with boulders and roots climbing into shadow. To the left, the ground sloped away into a dark wall of undergrowth. The air was heavy with that damp smell of moss and leaves beginning to rot, the kind of smell that seeps into your clothes and stays. The forest was still alive with small noises, crickets, the distant tapping of a woodpecker finishing for the night, the shuffle of something tiny in the brush. But every time I stopped, there was a deeper silence that pressed in, the kind that made me feel exposed. I walked that stretch slowly, my flashlight beam darting across the slope. I tried to imagine exactly what my friend had seen, where those eyes had been. I pictured them up the incline, maybe 15 feet back, gleaming and unblinking. The thought made me uneasy because a cat that size could close that distance in seconds. I didn't see eyes that first night, but I saw signs. About halfway down the stretch, in a patch of softer dirt near the edge of the gravel, I found tracks. They weren't as clear as I wanted, but they were there, round, about 3 inches across, with no visible claw marks. Dog tracks usually show claws, but cats retract them when they walk. My stomach sank. I measured the stride. It wasn't a bobcat. Bobcat prints are smaller, their stride shorter. These were spaced farther apart, heavier. I crouched there with my light angled low, tracing the impressions. Something big had come through. I radioed it in the next morning, but as expected, the report came back the same as it always does. Officially, there are no mountain lions here. Unofficially, I knew what I saw. For the next week, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being shadowed every time I walked that road. I'd patrol in the early mornings, the fog still hugging the ground, or in the evenings as the last light drained out of the sky, and I'd feel it, that prickle on the back of my neck, the heaviness in my chest. I'd stop and scan the ridge, flashlights slicing through the underbrush, but I never caught more than a rustle or a fleeting shape too fast to identify. The scariest part about a predator like that is how quiet it can be. You'll never hear one until it wants you to. They move like ghosts, hugging ridgelines, keeping low, circling. They watch you for longer than you realize. They're patient. They study you the way you study the woods. One evening, I stayed later than usual. The sky had already gone black, and the forest was lit only by the narrow beam of my flashlight. I walked the gravel road again, sweeping the edges with my light, ears straining for anything. About halfway down, I froze. Up on the incline, halfway hidden behind a cluster of rocks, a pair of eyes reflected back. They were wide, golden, and steady. Not blinking, not moving, just fixed on me. My pulse hammered in my ears. I knew better than to run. I gripped the heavy mag light in my hand like a club, keeping the beam steady on the eyes. They didn't vanish. They didn't retreat. They just held me there. I stood locked in that standoff for what felt like 10 minutes, but was probably only 30 seconds. Then, with a slow, almost casual grace, the eyes turned. The body slipped away, soundlessly, vanishing into the trees. I waited longer, not moving, until my legs ached. When I finally did move again, I walked backward down the trail, keeping my light on the ridge, until I reached the junction. I didn't turn my back until I was well out of that stretch. The next morning, I found fresh tracks in the same spot. Bigger this time, pressed deep into the dirt where the animal had crouched. It had been waiting there, watching me. That was the moment it truly sank in. This wasn't just a chance encounter. The cat was using that incline as cover, watching the trail below. My friend had stumbled onto it once, and it hadn't left. It was using the road as a hunting ground. For weeks afterward, I avoided going out there alone at night. I stuck to daytime patrols, carried a longer staff, kept my bear spray on my chest strap. Even then, I never shook the feeling that something was watching me from just beyond the line of trees. Eventually, the report stopped. Campers didn't mention strange eyes. No livestock were found torn up near the edge of the forest, and the tracks faded with the weather. The cat either moved on or decided to keep to deeper ground. But I know what I saw, and I know what my friend felt that night. Out here, there are no ghosts, no campfire stories made flesh. There's just nature, and sometimes nature is more terrifying than anything we can imagine. Because when you're standing alone on a dark trail, staring up at a pair of eyes fixed on you from the shadows, there's no comforting thought to cling to. No promise of safety, just the quiet understanding that you are not the top of the food chain, and the thing watching you knows it. That was the end of it for me. I never saw those eyes again, never found another track that size, never heard another report from that stretch of trail. But every time I walk a lonely road through those woods, every time the night presses close and the silence grows heavy, I remember the golden eyes above the incline. I remember how easily they vanished. And I remember how small I felt, standing there, realizing just how thin the line is between being safe and being prey. I had been working as a park ranger on the Hawaiian Islands for long enough to think I had seen just about everything the ocean and the land could throw at me. I had dealt with injured hikers, lost tourists, aggressive wild boar, sudden storms, rip currents that nearly took people under, and the kind of silence at night that makes you feel like the whole world is listening to your heartbeat. But nothing prepared me for what happened on that morning at the National Seashore. Even now, years later, when I think back on it, my chest tightens and I taste salt water in my throat. It was one of those days that seems normal at first, almost forgettable, until a single strange shift in nature tells you that you're not as in control as you think you are. That day started in a slow, ordinary way. I had gone into town early to grab breakfast at a small restaurant not far from the coast. It was one of those places with open windows where you could smell the sea even while eating eggs and rice off a chip plate. I wasn't in uniform because it was my day off, and I wanted to take advantage of the calm morning. While I ate, the radio behind the counter mumbled through news stories in between commercials. At one point, I caught something about a tsunami watch being issued after an earthquake somewhere out in the South Pacific. The newscaster said it so flatly and quickly that it barely registered. A watch, not a warning. To anyone who lives near the ocean, those two words mean very different things. A watch is like a distant possibility, something you file away in the back of your mind and keep half an eye on. A warning is what makes sirens wail and people run inland. That morning, there was no siren, no rush, no panic. The cook kept flipping pancakes, people kept drinking coffee, and I finished my breakfast thinking more about how hot the day was likely to get than about any earthquake far across the water. After I left the restaurant, I drove toward the seashore. The National Seashore was where I worked most of my days, patrolling trails, checking permits, making sure people weren't fishing in the wrong spots or setting fires where they shouldn't. On my day off, I often found myself drawn back there anyway. The water had a pull on me. I had grown up swimming, surfing, and diving, and the ocean was as much a part of me as my own skin. The shoreline stretched long and wild, with few tourists compared to the more popular beaches. It was one of the reasons I loved it. The sand could be empty for miles, with nothing but the wind cutting across it and the smell of salt hanging heavy in the air. By the time I parked and made my way down the sand, the sun had burned through most of the morning haze. The ocean looked calm, almost too calm, like a sheet of glass. There weren't many people around, just a couple walking far down the beach and another person fishing near the rocks. I tossed my towel down, pulled off my shirt, and walked straight into the water. It was warm and inviting, the kind of temperature that lets you slide in without that sharp intake of breath cold water demands. I waded out until I was waist deep, then chest deep, and finally floating. At first, everything felt normal. The rhythm of the waves was steady, the kind of easy rise and fall that lets you drift without much effort. I floated on my back, eyes closed, letting the sun press down on my face. But then, after maybe 10 or 15 minutes, I noticed something odd. My feet, which had been brushing the sandy bottom every so often when I straightened out, suddenly couldn't reach anything. I wasn't that far from shore, maybe a few strokes at most, but it was as if the ground had dropped away beneath me. I treaded water, confused, and turned my body to swim a few strokes toward land. Strangely, after only 3 or 4 strokes, I was back in shallow water, barely waist deep again. The change was so abrupt that I stopped and looked around. The surface of the water seemed normal, but underneath it, there was something different, something unsettled. I stayed in the water, trying to figure it out. I didn't feel the kind of pull you get with a rip current, that steady drag that tugs at your legs and tries to take you further out. I didn't feel the crash of big waves pushing me in either. It was more like the water was shifting beneath me without following the usual rules. The turbulence was subtle, but wrong. The currents swirled in tiny circles that brushed against my legs, like something hidden was moving just below. I remembered the rule I had learned from other rangers and locals alike. When something feels off in the ocean, you don't argue with it. You get out. So I did. I swam back until my knees hit sand, then stood and walked the rest of the way onto the beach. That's when I noticed the sand line. The beach where the dry sand met the wet had moved. It wasn't just a little change, the kind you get when a big wave pushes farther up the shore and then retreats. It was a broad, clear shift. The wet line had crept inland, at least 20 to 30 feet from where it had been when I first entered the water. The ground where my towel had been was now damp. I stood staring at it, puzzled. I had seen freak waves before, rogue sets that crash in higher than usual and then settle back, but this looked different. It looked like the whole ocean had advanced, not just 1 or 2 waves. I glanced back at the water. It didn't look especially violent. There were no monster waves rising on the horizon. No sudden drop pulling everything back out. Just that strange, unsettled churn. I shrugged it off at the time, telling myself it was just one of those odd ocean moods you couldn't explain. The kind of thing you might remember later as a weird little story to tell over beers. I grabbed my towel, shook the sand from it, and decided I'd had enough swimming for the day. The unease lingered in my chest, though. I could feel the pounding of my heart heavier than it should have been for such an easy swim. I left the beach, dried off, and drove home. The rest of the day passed without anything dramatic. The skies stayed clear, the road stayed open, and nobody seemed alarmed. I slept fine that night, too. It wasn't until almost 2 days later that I found out what had really happened. I was at the ranger station going through the daily reports when the news came over the radio again. This time, it wasn't just a passing mention. A tsunami had struck. It wasn't a massive one, not the kind that tears through cities and leaves wreckage scattered across miles, but it had been real enough to raise sea levels, flood low-lying areas, and cause damage along parts of the coast. The earthquake in the South Pacific had sent waves outward, and we had been in their path. Suddenly, the odd turbulence, the missing sand, and the shifting water all made sense. I hadn't been swimming in just a freak current. I had been in the middle of a tsunami as it brushed past our shore. The realization hit me hard. My stomach nodded as I replayed every detail in my head. I had been lucky, more than lucky. If the surge had been stronger, if the waves had been higher, I might never have made it out of the water. I could have been dragged under, slammed against rocks, or pulled into the open ocean with no chance of return. And I wouldn't have even known what was happening. That thought kept me awake for nights after. The ocean had given me a quiet warning, and I had barely listened. That strange, unsettled churn beneath me was nature's way of telling me I was standing on the edge of something far larger and more dangerous than I realized. Working as a park ranger after that, I saw the ocean differently. Every time I walked the shoreline, I noticed the faint changes in sand lines, the way the tide crept differently on certain days, the way the waves stacked strangely in the distance. I learned to read those signs with sharper eyes. When tourists asked about swimming, I told them the truth in simple words. The ocean doesn't care if you're ready or not. When it decides to move, it moves. Most people laughed it off, but I didn't. Not anymore. That day at the seashore left me with a respect that bordered on fear. The kind of respect you give to something that can end you without warning, something that doesn't need to roar to show its strength. I had walked away unharmed, but the memory stayed, carved deep inside me. Every time I think about how the wet sand crept up the beach and how my feet lost the bottom without warning, I feel a cold shiver. I had been inside a tsunami, and I hadn't even known it until later. That's the part that truly scares me. Not the violence of the wave, but the silence of it. The way it crept in quietly, wrapped around me, and then let me go as if deciding I wasn't worth taking that day. I still patrol that coast. I still watch the tourists lay their towels on the sand and wade into the shallows with drinks in their hands. I watch kids run laughing into the water, and I wonder if they would notice the difference if it happened again. Most wouldn't. The ocean gives no warnings most of the time. That's my job, to notice for them, to tell them when to get out, to keep them safe even when they don't understand why. And every time I see the water shift just slightly wrong, every time I see the wet line creep farther up the sand than it should, I remember that morning. I remember how I shrugged it off. And I remind myself never to do that again. Because the ocean doesn't forgive. It doesn't bargain. And if you're not paying attention, it doesn't give you a second chance. I grew up in New Mexico. Most of my childhood memories are tied to the land out here. The wide skies, the smell of pinyon smoke, the long ridges of desert mountains where the rocks burn red at sunset. My dad was the kind of man who never seemed more at home than when he was in the mountains. He loved to hunt, and for a big part of my life, he worked as a hunting guide for elk. That meant we spent more weekends than not in the backcountry, sleeping in wall tents, cooking over open fires, and listening to the kind of silence you can only hear when you're 50 miles from the nearest town. When you grow up like that, you learn to pay attention to everything. The way the wind shifts at night, the crunch of a boot on gravel versus the drag of an animal's hoof, the sudden silence of birds when something big moves through. My dad always said the woods and mountains have their own language, and if you don't learn it, you'll never be safe out there. As a kid, I thought that was just another one of his sayings, something grown-ups like to tell you to make it sound like they know some secret. But as I got older, I realized he was right. One of the first times I truly felt that language, the first time I felt what it meant to be in the mountains at night, was on a hunt down in southern New Mexico. I was 10 years old, and my cousin was with us. He was 12. We'd spent the whole day hiking in to set up camp, and by the time we got the fire going and my dad started dinner, the dark had come down over the mountains like a heavy blanket. Out there, the night feels different. It isn't like being in your backyard or even at some campsite with other people around. Once the sun drops behind the ridges, you feel small. The stars spill over you in every direction, but the trees seem to close in, and the blackness between the trunks feels like it could hide anything. We had the fire going, and the smell of spaghetti, mountain spaghetti, the way my dad made it with whatever canned stuff he had packed in, filled the camp. My dad had the radio on, playing some baseball game, the crackle of the broadcast mixing with the hiss of the fire. My cousin and I sat close to the flames, messing around with sticks, burning the ends just to see them glow. It was one of those simple nights where everything feels safe because your dad is right there and there's food cooking. Then we heard it. It came from just beyond the edge of the firelight, out in the trees where the dark was thickest. A sound unlike anything I had ever heard before. It started low, almost like a growl, but it stretched out into a long, horrible wail that seemed to bounce off the trees and echo back. My cousin and I froze. At first, I thought maybe it was some kind of elk bugle, but it was wrong. Too low, too broken, like something was hurting. The sound stopped, then started again, this time closer. My skin prickled, and my mind raced in the way it only does when you're a kid and suddenly faced with something you can't explain. Every scary story I had ever heard seemed to come alive in that moment. I felt sure we were in danger, that something was moving toward us through the trees. The wailing kept coming, each time closer, each time breaking the silence of the night like a crack in the world. My cousin and I looked at each other, and without a word, I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was, that we weren't going to make it through the night. My dad stood up and grabbed his rifle. He was calm, but the fact that he even thought he needed the gun made the fear worse for me. I knew how much time he had spent in the mountains, how little rattled him, and if he thought something out there was worth pointing a gun at, then it had to be bad. I bolted for the truck, my cousin right behind me. My heart pounded so heart hurt. We dove into the cab, locked the doors, and sat in the dark, barely breathing, waiting for whatever was coming. I remember staring through the windshield at the glow of the fire and thinking we might see something step into the light at any second. The sound came one last time, so loud and close it shook through my chest. And then it stopped. A minute later, my dad came walking back into the camp, rifle slung over his shoulder like nothing had happened. He told us later it was wild horses. A group of them had been moving along a trail, and our campfire had blocked their path. They'd been making noise because they were angry we were in the way. At 10 years old, that didn't make it feel any less terrifying. That night stuck with me. It wasn't just the sound or the fear. It was realizing how easily the mountains could play tricks on your senses. Out there, even something as ordinary as horses can become a nightmare if you don't know what you're hearing. A different time, I was walking through the woods with my dad, and we startled a grouse. We didn't see it first. It was sitting under a tree, perfectly still. But when we got close, it exploded into the air with its wings flapping so hard and fast that the sound was like a helicopter taking off right beside us. For a split second, I thought the ground had come alive and we were done for. My heart nearly stopped before I even understood what had happened. Those kinds of moments taught me how fragile your sense of safety is out there. One second you feel calm, the next you're sure you're going to die, and then it turns out to be nothing more than a bird or a horse. But the fear you feel in those seconds is real. It doesn't matter how rational the explanation is later. The memory of that fear burns deep. Years later, when I became a ranger, I carried those memories with me. I had dealt with the woods at night as a kid, and I thought I understood what it meant to be out there. But when it became my job, I learned that fear can return just as strong as when you're 10 years old. One night, I was on patrol in a remote part of the forest. It was late fall, and the air had that sharp bite that makes every sound carry further. I parked the truck and started down a trail to check on a backcountry campsite. The moon was thin, barely lighting the path, and the trees swallowed most of the starlight. My headlamp carved out a small tunnel of vision, but beyond there was nothing but black. Half a mile in, I heard it, a sound that made me stop cold. It wasn't the same wailing I'd heard as a kid, but it carried the same weight. A deep, rolling noise that seemed to move through the trees, sometimes close, sometimes far. I thought about cougars, about bears, even about cattle from a ranch nearby. But the longer I listened, the less I could pin it down. I forced myself forward, each step slower than the last, every muscle in my body tense. My radio crackled once, a burst of static that felt too loud, and then it went silent again. The sound came once more, right off the trail, and I gripped the handle of my sidearm without pulling it. I stood there listening, waiting, heart hammering in my chest. And then, like it had all been a trick of the night, the sound faded away. I never saw what it was. When I finally reached the campsite, it was empty. No fire, no tents, no people. Just silence and the whisper of wind through the trees. I stood there for a while, trying to calm my breathing, knowing I still had the hike back out to the truck ahead of me. That walk back was one of the longest of my life. Every step felt like something was behind me. Every shadow seemed to shift. By the time I reached the truck, I was drenched in sweat despite the cold. That night, I thought back to being 10 years old in southern New Mexico, hearing that awful wailing in the trees while spaghetti cooked on the fire and the radio crackled with a baseball game. I thought about the way fear had gripped me then, and how, even as an adult and a ranger, it could still grip me just as hard. The mountains have a way of reminding you that you're never really in control. You can spend your whole life out there, know every trail, every animal, every change of weather, but the second the dark comes down, you're back to being a child, staring into the trees and wondering what's watching you. And sometimes you never get an answer. That's the truth I carry from all those years. The fear isn't about monsters or ghosts. It's about the unknown. It's about hearing a sound in the dark and knowing that out there you're small and fragile and that the land doesn't care whether you make it back or not. I've had plenty of nights since then, nights where I thought I heard something moving, nights where a simple animal noise set my nerves on fire. But I always come back to those moments in southern New Mexico. A kid by a fire, spaghetti cooking, a baseball game on the radio, and a sound in the trees that made me feel like the world had turned against me. That was the first time I truly understood the mountains. That was the first time I knew what it meant to be afraid out there. And in a way, I think that's why I became a ranger. To face that fear again and again, to live in the language of the woods, and to never forget that out there, you're always just one sound away from feeling like you might not make it home. I became a park ranger because I loved the quiet of the woods more than I loved the noise of towns. I thought the wilderness was the safest place I could be, far from city crime, far from crowds, far from anything unnatural. I found out quickly that the forest doesn't keep people out, and the scariest things I ever saw weren't animals or storms. There were people who came into the woods for reasons that never had anything to do with camping or hiking. One of the strangest things I ever dealt with started on a patrol in late September. The air was cold. Leaves had already started to fall, and the campground were mostly empty except for the last few hunters and some late-season travelers. I was assigned to drive through one of the older forest campgrounds that sat far from the main road. Hardly anyone used it because it didn't have running water, and the nearest store was 20 miles away. I liked it because it meant I could check all the sites in less than an hour, and usually all I saw were squirrels running across the road or an empty fire pit still smoking. That day, I drove past the first row of sites and noticed how quiet it was. No cars, no tents, no sound of people. It felt like the entire place had been shut down, but the gate had been left open. The forest was so still that even my own truck seemed too loud for it. Then I came around a bend and saw something lying in the middle of the campground road. At first, I thought it was just a deer that had wandered in and died, maybe hit by a car that never stopped. When I pulled closer, I saw it wasn't that simple. A deer had been killed, but not in any normal way. It was a full-grown buck, shot clean through the chest. Someone had dragged it right into the middle of the road, cut off its head, and left the body behind. There was blood all over the gravel, still fresh enough that it hadn't dried. What caught my attention even more were the marks around the scene. Someone had been kicking the severed head down the road like it was a ball. The bloody shoe prints went on for at least 30 feet before veering into the woods. I sat in the truck for a while, staring at it, feeling something tighten in my chest. Hunters usually took the head for a trophy or the body for meat. They didn't leave it in the middle of a campground road for no reason. And whoever did this hadn't just left the head. They had dragged it around like they wanted to send a message. My radio barely worked that deep in the forest, so I wrote down what I could and decided I'd have to call in when I got back near the highway. For now, I just pulled the body off the road, covering it with the tarp I kept in the truck. I didn't want to spend too long there. My eyes kept going to those bloody prints in the dirt, leading away like breadcrumbs into the trees. I thought about following them, but stopped myself. I wasn't armed, and if the person was still out there, it wasn't worth the risk. That night, I had a camp nearby. I set up at the ranger site not far from the same campground, and even though I told myself it was fine, that the person was probably long gone, I couldn't relax. Every sound in the forest carried differently in the dark. A branch snapping sounded like footsteps. A gust of wind moving leaves sounded like someone breathing just outside my tent. I kept my axe right next to my sleeping bag and barely closed my eyes. When morning came, I drove back to the station and filed a report. We never figured out who had done it. Nobody claimed the deer. Nobody admitted to being in that campground. The only thing the other rangers said was that it sounded like some drunk kids messing around, maybe trying to scare people. I didn't believe that. There was something deliberate about it, something that didn't feel like a prank. Months passed, and I pushed it out of my mind until the following summer. By then I was used to long patrols in empty places. I'd seen plenty of things: illegal camps, meth labs, even one stolen car burned out on a service road, but nothing ever hit me as hard as what I came across in New Mexico that year. It was another campground, another lonely one in the middle of nowhere. I was driving past late in the evening, just checking to see if anyone was staying there. Usually in that area, I might find one RV or a small family tent. This time, I saw the glow of a fire before I even reached the sites. That wasn't unusual. What was unusual was how bright it was. The flames reached higher than the trees around it, like someone had built a bonfire 3 times the size of any normal campfire. I slowed the truck and stopped at the entrance, just watching for a minute. The firelight threw long shadows across the clearing, and then I saw figures moving around it. There were at least a dozen of them, all standing in a circle. They were dressed in long white robes that covered their whole bodies. The fire made the cloth glow, and their heads were covered too, pointed shapes like something out of an old photograph. They weren't roasting marshmallows or sitting in chairs. They were standing, shifting, some of them raising their arms, their voices carrying in low tones I couldn't make out. It was chanting, not talking. At the edge of their sight was something else. A wooden cross stuck upright into a pile of rocks, wrapped in barbed wire. A white cloth hung from it, stained with something dark that looked like dried blood. The fire made the cloth sway and shimmer like it was alive. I froze behind the wheel, not sure if I should keep watching or drive away. I knew enough history to know what the robes meant. I didn't want to believe it at first. I thought maybe it was some strange performance or a prank, but the more I watched, the less it felt like either. These people weren't playing around. They were serious, too serious. I didn't get out of the truck. I didn't say anything. I just stayed there long enough to know I hadn't imagined it. Then I reversed slowly back down the road until the firelight disappeared through the trees. I drove about 10 miles before I felt safe enough to stop. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I parked at a ranger site miles away, but I couldn't get the image out of my head. The flames, the robes, the cross wrapped in wire. I kept thinking about the deer I had found the year before, the headless body in the road. Different places, but the same kind of unease. Both times it felt like I had stumbled across something I was never supposed to see. When I finally made it back to the office, I filed another report. It went higher up the chain than the deer incident. I don't know what came of it. Maybe law enforcement checked it out, maybe not. Things like that in the woods often disappear quickly. People pack up and leave, and the only proof is whatever you saw for yourself. What I do know is that I never forgot either of those nights. I kept working as a ranger, but something changed in me after that. I used to think the woods were only dangerous because of animals, weather, or of getting lost. Now I know that people bring danger with them, even into the quietest corners of the forest. Years later, if you ask me what scared me most during my time as a ranger, I wouldn't say bears or storms or the time I nearly froze on patrol. I'd say it was that deer lying headless in the road and that fire surrounded by figures in white robes. Because those weren't accidents and they weren't natural. They were choices people made. And being alone in the forest with people like that out, there's a different kind of fear, one you don't shake easily. I still go back to those places sometimes, driving the same roads, checking the same sites. They look ordinary now, just empty campgrounds like any others. But when the wind dies and the woods go silent, I remember standing alone, looking at something I wasn't supposed to, and realizing the scariest part of the forest isn't the dark. It's what other people decide to do when nobody's watching. I was once hiking with an acquaintance in the wilds of West Virginia, and looking back now, that trip is stamped in my mind more clearly than almost anything else I've lived through in my years of working as a ranger. At the time, it felt like just another backcountry outing, nothing out of the ordinary, just rugged terrain, thick woods, and the heavy quiet that presses on you when you're far from any road or roof. But little did I know, that trip would turn wilder than the wilderness around me, and it would leave me carrying the memory like a heavy pack that I'll never really set down. We had been out for about half a day when the first strange thing happened, though at the time I didn't think much of it. My acquaintance, someone I barely knew outside of a couple casual meetings, decided he was hungry. He had a small bag of Cheerios with him. I figured he would just pour them into his mouth by the handful the way most hikers do when they bring cereal on the trail, but instead, he started setting himself up like he was making breakfast in a kitchen. He pulled out a little plastic bowl, crouched down at the edge of a creek, and scooped up mountain water. Then, without even filtering it, he poured a small handful of Cheerios onto the water, dumped some powdered milk over the top, and started chowing down. He didn't stir it, didn't mix it, didn't even really seem to care that the powdered milk floated in clumps while the cereal slowly got soggy in the cold creek water. It was one of the most bizarre things I had ever seen someone do on a hike. I had seen him eat cereal before in normal circumstances, and he always did it the regular way with milk. I guess the lack of fresh milk out there led him to this strange method. He gave me some kind of explanation about why he did it that way, but to this day, I can't recall the reasoning. All I remember is standing there, watching him shovel watery cereal into his mouth, and feeling this flicker of unease that I couldn't place. I shrugged it off and we kept hiking. The trail twisted upward, climbing through ridges that seemed to fold in on themselves. West Virginia wilderness has a way of swallowing you whole if you let it. The trees press close together, the valleys are steep, and the ridgelines stretch on forever. It's not like open country where you can see landmarks for miles away. Out there, every hollow looks the same, every slope seems to double back on itself. Even with years of experience, I sometimes catch myself second-guessing where I am when I'm deep in those woods. We were aiming for a primitive campsite a few miles in, a small clearing near a bend in the river. The kind of place that hardly anyone uses except hunters or the occasional backpacker. The trail there wasn't well marked, but I had been through that section enough times to know where it was. My acquaintance trudged along behind me, his pace uneven, like he wasn't used to carrying weight over rough terrain. He was sweating heavily, stopping often to readjust his pack. I didn't mind the slower pace. Out there, rushing is how you twist an ankle or miss the signs that something's wrong. We reached the clearing in late afternoon. The sun had already dipped low, and the shadows of the ridgeline stretched long across the grass. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. I set my pack down and started arranging the camp. That was when I noticed how quiet it was. I've camped in dozens of places across those hills, and there is usually some kind of background sound, songbirds, insects, a squirrel rattling through the brush. But that clearing felt like a closed room, thick with silence. I tried to ignore it, busying myself with setting up the tent and getting firewood ready, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods around us were watching. As night fell, the temperature dropped fast. The river nearby carried a steady trickle of water over rocks, and that was the only sound for long stretches. I kept scanning the tree line without meaning to. My acquaintance, on the other hand, seemed completely at ease. He had stretched out on a log with his odd bowl of cereal water again, munching away as though it were perfectly normal. The sight of him sitting there in the flickering light of the campfire, spooning soggy Cheerios out of creek water, is burned into my mind. Something about it felt wrong, like a piece of the world didn't quite fit. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The forest noises I usually find comforting were strangely muted. Instead of the usual chorus of crickets, there were long gaps of silence broken by sharp, irregular sounds, like a stick snapping or a stone shifting underfoot. I told myself it was just deer moving through the area, but the sounds were too heavy, too deliberate, almost like footsteps. Each time I started to drift off, I'd hear another crunch, another rustle, and my eyes would snap open again. I kept my flashlight close at hand and my boots inside the tent, ready to move if I had to. At some point in the night, I woke to the sound of water sloshing. It took me a few seconds to realize it wasn't the river. It was coming from closer by. I eased up onto my elbow and listened. There was again the faint splash of liquid moving in a container. I reached for my light and shone it out. My acquaintance was crouched by the river, mixing another bowl of cereal, scooping water into his plastic dish, and sprinkling powdered milk over the top. The beam of my flashlight caught the pale powder floating on the black surface, and for a moment it looked like bones drifting in dark water. He didn't look up at me, just kept spooning it into his mouth in silence. I lowered the light and turned away, unsettled, but too tired to confront him. Eventually I dozed off again, but it wasn't restful sleep. The next morning, the world felt different. I woke up stiff and uneasy. The woods were still quiet, far too quiet. I went down to the river to refill my bottle, and that's when I noticed something strange. Along the muddy bank, there were prints. Not boot tracks, not the clean round impressions deer make. These were wide, heavy depressions, spaced close together, almost dragging through the mud instead of stepping. The edges were smeared, as if whatever made them slid forward with each step. I crouched down, studying them, trying to make sense of it. They weren't fresh, but they hadn't been there yesterday when we arrived. Something big had passed through in the night, right near where my acquaintance had been crouching with his bowl. We packed up and pushed deeper into the trail system that morning. My acquaintance seemed unfazed, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Every now and then I caught the faintest noise from behind us, a snapped branch, a quick scuffle through dry leaves. But each time I stopped and looked, the forest stood still and empty. The deeper we went, the more it felt like the trees were closing in, the path narrowing until it was barely more than a deer trail. The ground was damp, the air thick and musty, carrying the smell of rot. By midday, we stopped on a ridgeline to eat. I chewed on jerky and trail mix, but my acquaintance once again went for his Cheerios ritual. This time, he didn't even bother with the bowl. He crouched by a puddle, poured the cereal straight onto the water, dusted it with powdered milk, and scooped it up with his hands. Watching him, I felt a wave of unease. It wasn't just odd anymore, it was wrong. Something about his focus, the way he seemed oblivious to everything else, set my nerves on edge. I turned away, scanning the ridgeline, and that's when I saw it. Down in the hollow below us, through a break in the trees, something moved. A dark shape, low to the ground but broad, slipping between the trunks with a speed that didn't match its size. I froze, staring, trying to make out what it was. A bear, maybe, but the movement wasn't right. It was too smooth, too deliberate. Then it was gone, swallowed by the underbrush. I blinked and strained my ears, but the woods went quiet again. My skin prickled with the certainty that whatever it was it knew we were there. The rest of that day was a blur of tension. Every mile felt longer, the woods pressing closer, the silences stretching thicker. I kept checking behind us, certain I'd catch sight of that dark shape again, but I never did. My acquaintance didn't seem bothered, trudging along, occasionally stopping to snack on his strange cereal concoctions. It was like he lived in a world separate from mine, one where nothing was wrong. We camped again that night in another clearing. I barely slept, my mind on high alert, ears straining for every sound. At some point, I heard heavy breathing outside the tent. Not human, not deer. Slow, steady like lungs the size of barrels pulling in air. My hand tightened on the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. I lay there frozen, listening, until the sound moved away into the woods. By the time the first light of dawn touched the trees, I felt hollowed out, like my nerves had been scraped raw. The next morning, I made the call to cut the trip short. I told myself it was just a feeling, just paranoia, but I've learned to trust that instinct. We turned back toward the trailhead, moving quickly but carefully. The woods seemed even more still than before, as though holding its breath. My acquaintance followed without complaint, but every time I glanced back, he was eating from that same bag of cereal, wet clumps sticking to his fingers, powdered milk caking around his mouth. It made my stomach turn, though I couldn't explain why. By late afternoon, we finally reached the dirt road that led out to where we had parked. I've worked as a ranger in Utah long enough to know that Arches National Park is two very different places depending on when you see it. During the day, especially in the summer, it can feel almost like a theme park, crowded with cars, tour buses, families with selfie sticks, and long lines at every pull-off. But if you find yourself there after dark when the crowds are gone, the heat has lifted, and the desert is lit up only by the moon or stars, it feels like a different world entirely. The silence is overwhelming. The rock formations take on strange shapes, and the desert animals reclaim what's theirs. It's both beautiful and unnerving. This summer had been brutal. Record heat, record visitation, tempers short, trash piling up in places it didn't belong, people getting lost on trails that should have been simple, and too many calls for help when hikers underestimated just how harsh the desert can be. By late August, I was worn thin. But the desert always has a way of reminding you that no matter how many tourists flood the place, it's still wild, and it can still turn on you in a heartbeat. One night, toward the end of the season, I decided to take a break for myself. Rangers don't usually do this. We're not supposed to bend rules, but I wanted to walk the Devil's Garden Trail under the full moon. I'd seen it in daylight hundreds of times, but I wanted to see the arches in that pale silver glow, when the sandstone glows almost like bone and the shadows stretch deep across the ground. I thought I'd go alone, but a buddy of mine who was also a ranger decided to join. We both had the same idea. Sneak in a night hike, no radios, no official work, just two people walking under the moon in a park we both loved. We parked near the trailhead and dozed in the truck for a while until the moon rose high and full, flooding the desert with light, so bright it was almost like daylight. When we finally set out, everything felt charged. The air was cooler, but still dry, carrying the faint smell of juniper and dust. Every step crunched lightly on the sandy soil. The arches rose around us like massive stone skeletons, and the stillness made me keep my voice low without even meaning to. For the first part of the hike, it was magical. The sandstone fins and arches glowed. Our shadows stretched long across the trail. We passed through narrow corridors where the rocks loomed on both sides, then opened up into wide areas where the landscape felt endless. The only sounds were the scrape of boots, the occasional rustle of some night animal in the brush, and the faint, constant whistling calls of swifts darting overhead. I remember thinking it felt almost holy, as if we were trespassing on something sacred. But then, far out on the trail as we headed toward Landscape Arch, something shifted. There's a section of the trail where it squeezes between rock walls and dips down into a sort of shallow valley. The ground rises slightly on either side, with thick clumps of desert brush, rabbit brush, sage, and small pinyon pines growing down in the low areas. As we came into that section, I heard a sound that didn't fit with anything else around us. It was faint, almost nothing, but distinct enough to make me freeze inside. It sounded like the quick rubbing of dry palms together, a short, rough whisper of movement in the bushes just below the trail. At first, I told myself it had to be some small animal, a jackrabbit, maybe, or even just the wind scraping a branch. But the air was still, and the noise had that weight to it, that quality of something alive. I felt the hair on my arms rise, but kept moving, forcing myself to keep my pace calm. I didn't say anything, because I didn't want to spook my partner or make something out of nothing. We kept going until we reached Landscape Arch. Under the moonlight, it was otherworldly. That impossibly thin span of rock, stretched across the dark sky, looked fragile and eternal all at once. We sat quietly for a while, letting our breathing slow, taking in the silence. It should have been peaceful, but the whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling of that faint noise we'd passed earlier. Eventually, we turned back. The trail wound us again toward that same narrow section where I'd heard the sound. As soon as we stepped into that corridor, the night shifted again. This time, the sound came sharper, closer, as if something had crept up higher toward the trail while we'd been gone. A short, scratchy rubbing, and then silence. And almost instantly, the swifts that had been calling overhead went quiet, their chittering voices snuffed out as if someone had flipped a switch. That silence was worse than the sound itself because it meant everything else had noticed too. My body knew before my brain did. The hair on the back of my neck stiffened, my stomach dropped, and every instinct I had screamed the same word: mountain lion. If you've never been stalked by a predator, you can't really understand how deep that instinct goes. Your body recognizes it before you can reason it out. You feel eyes on you even if you don't see them. You feel a weight pressing on the air. You know something is watching, waiting, measuring. I force myself not to stop, not to run. Running in that situation is the worst thing you can do. It trips some ancient reflex in the animal that says you're prey. Instead, I made myself keep walking, steady and deliberate, every muscle in my legs screaming to sprint. To keep my nerves from unraveling, I started clapping my hands together with each step, sharp cracks echoing in the canyon, as if to say, I'm big, I'm loud, don't mess with me. My partner walked close, silent, but I could feel from the stiffness of his stride that he knew too. We didn't look back. Neither of us dared. Looking back felt like it would confirm the shape in the shadows, the crouched body low in the brush, the glowing eyes locked on us. I just kept clapping this sound harsh in the empty night and put one boot in front of the other. For the next 20 minutes, the feeling didn't leave. It hovered right behind us, just out of sight. I imagined it slipping from bush to bush, keeping pace effortlessly, muscles coiled, eyes fixed. I imagined the soft pads of its paws leaving no sound, only the faint rustle when it shifted through the brush. I felt its focus burn hotter the closer we got to the car. The desert around us seemed to shrink down to just the two of us on the trail and whatever followed. The arches and cliffs blurred into shapes on the edge of vision. The moonlight felt harsher, throwing deep black shadows that anything could hide in. My throat was tight and dry, my heartbeat hammering so hard I felt it in my ears. Every step forward felt both too slow and too fast, like moving on a thin line between control and panic. Finally, the trail began to open up near the parking lot. The cliffs drew back, the brush thinned, and the land spread wide under the moon. And then, just as sudden as it had started, the feeling of being watched melted away. It was like someone had unclenched their grip around my chest. The pressure lifted, the silence eased, and the desert felt empty again. We walked the last stretch to the truck still tense, still waiting for some sound behind us, but nothing came. When we reached the lot, the air felt normal, still and quiet, as if the whole encounter had been imagined. But my body told me otherwise. My body knew we'd been followed. The next day, when I told another ranger about what happened, she didn't even hesitate. Mountain lions hunt that way, silent, patient, trailing behind at a distance, waiting for weakness. They test you, seeing if you'll panic or run. She said the only reason we probably weren't attacked was because we were walking close together both tall, both healthy-looking, both moving steady. Lone hikers, especially smaller ones, aren't always so lucky. It's easy to forget in a place as photographed and visited as Arches that it's still wild country, still a desert where predators roam and watch from the shadows. That night was magical in some ways, yes, but it was also a sharp reminder. The full moon might make the rocks glow and the arches shine, but also makes you visible. It makes you vulnerable. I'll never hike that trail in silence at night again. The desert doesn't need words, but it demands respect. And sometimes, respect means knowing when not to go. I had worked as a ranger long enough to know that most nights in the backwoods of West Virginia were not quiet the way outsiders imagined. People thought of wilderness as silence broken only by owls and crickets, but the truth was different. Out there, silence itself was rare. There were always rustlings in the brush, sudden cracks of branches in the dark, streams shifting against their beds, or the low groan of wind through valleys that seemed to twist and carry sound farther than it had any right to. And on top of the natural noises, there were the human ones. The campers, the hunters, the off-roaders, the folks who used the land for reasons they wouldn't share with a ranger if they knew I was around. The memory that always comes back to me happened when I agreed to tag along with a friend in his circle. I wasn't on duty then, but I was still the only ranger among them, the one with the training, the one everyone looked at when things fell off. They had wanted a simple weekend, a break from work, a couple nights away from the city. I should have known better than to go unprepared, because backcountry trips in that part of West Virginia could shift from peaceful to threatening fast. We planned poorly, and it showed right away. The campground we aimed for was already packed when we got there. Every site taken, cars lined up along the main road. You could smell campfire smoke before you even saw the first tent. That's when someone suggested we just keep driving until we found a quiet place to set up. It felt reckless, but the group was stubborn, and one guy had driven all the way from DC. He wasn't about to turn around after hours on the road. So we looked, winding through narrow back roads, headlights bouncing off trees and brush, crossing small bridges that looked older than all of us put together. After a long stretch of nothing but woods, we found it. What looked like the remains of an old parking lot tucked away in the trees. The asphalt was broken and buckled in spots, weeds forcing their way through cracks, but it was level enough to park and flat enough to pitch tents. It wasn't an official campsite, but it was secluded and seemed perfect after a long day. We set up quickly, eager to rest. Tents went up in the shadows of tall trees, gear scattered near cars, firewood gathered just enough to cook and keep the cold away. By midnight, my husband and I were done. The long drive, the packing, the fire, it all caught up, and the comfort of a sleeping bag was more tempting than sitting around longer. I crawled in, shut my eyes, and for a while drifted with the steady rhythm of distant night sounds. But that didn't last. Sometime around 1 a.m, noise pulled me out of sleep. It wasn't the sound of an animal. It was mechanical, an engine grinding low as tires crunched across the broken asphalt. Headlights cut through the trees and spilled against our tents, too bright and too close for comfort. My chest tightened. I stayed still at first, listening. Voices followed, slurred and uneven, men talking too loud for the hour, laughter sharp in the stillness. Doors slammed, gravel shifted under boots. I didn't need to look to know it was trouble. Strangers had found us in what we thought was a forgotten patch of woods. The men wanted in. I could tell by the way their voices carried, by the way they pushed themselves into the space that wasn't theirs. They weren't asking, they were pressing, almost daring someone to push back. The group outside tried to keep them at bay, making excuses, explaining it was late, that tomorrow meant travel, that sleep was all we needed. I stayed inside the tent with my husband, listening, every sense sharp. Then the mood changed. The laughter thinned, and the questions came. They wanted to know how we had found the spot, how long we'd been there, if we'd gone far into the woods, what trails we'd taken. It didn't sound like curiosity. It sounded like checking whether we had seen something we weren't supposed to see. My skin prickled as I realized it. The air hung heavy with silence for a moment. Then their tone softened again. They decided they should leave, but before they did, They offered what they call party favors. I didn't need to see it to know what they meant. Out here, that word meant drugs, and drugs meant business they didn't want strangers around for. Not long after, their engine roared back to life, and the headlights swung away. The sound of tires faded into the distance, swallowed by trees. But even after they were gone, the woods didn't feel the same. It felt heavier, as though the darkness itself had been stirred and hadn't settled back. No one slept easy after that. I lay awake, hearing every twig snap and leaf shift, waiting for the sound of the engine to return, waiting for boots to crunch back across the asphalt. My husband shifted restlessly beside me. The rest of the group was silent, and in that silence I could almost feel the unease spreading from tent to tent. Morning came slow, pale light sliding through the branches. When I stepped out, I saw faces tight with the same thought I had carried through the night. We hadn't just run into drunk locals. That wasn't random. That was something else. Maybe they really were just looking to stir up fun, but I didn't believe it. Their questions, their sudden shift in mood, their offer before leaving, it felt like testing us, probing to see if we were a threat to whatever they had hidden in those woods. We packed fast. Nobody wanted to stay a minute longer than needed. The fire was doused. Tents were stuffed away. Gear tossed into cars without care for order. We were on the road in less than half an hour. The whole drive out, I watched the rearview mirror, expecting to see their truck appear, expecting to be followed. The thing about being a ranger is that you learn to read people, just like you learn to read tracks or weather. The men we saw that night weren't just drunks. They were men guarding something that lived deeper in those woods, something they didn't want strangers stumbling across. Whether it was a meth lab, a stash, or a grow operation, I'll never know. But I do know this. Our answers saved us. If we had said we'd hiked far, if we had said we'd found a trail, if we had said we'd been exploring, I don't think the night would have ended with the sound of an engine driving away. Even now, years later, when I camp alone or patrol forgotten corners of the park, I think of that night. The darkness of the woods doesn't scare me. What scares me are the people who use it as cover. Nature can hurt you, but it doesn't mean you harm. People can, and in places like that, deep in the forgotten back roads, they sometimes will. That night taught me something I never forgot. It's not always the wilderness you have to fear. It's what people bring into it. We got lucky, and luck isn't something you can count on more than once. I have been a park ranger for a number of years, long enough to understand that the job is not just about wearing a green uniform and walking through the woods. It is about being the eyes and ears of the land, about noticing the small changes, about carrying on the responsibility of conservation that people like Theodore Roosevelt recognized long before it became common thinking. When he looked at a forest, he didn't just see lumber stacked and waiting to be cut. He saw a living system that needed to be protected and balanced, even if people were going to make use of its resources. That idea was the foundation for the assignment. I ended up working one autumn in a stretch of forest we called Roosevelt Ridge. The ridge was part of a national forest that had been logged decades earlier. The trees had grown back thick and crowded, but they weren't the same as before. Instead of towering pines and oaks spread out wide, the regrowth had come in dense and tangled, a mass of saplings fighting each other for light. When I first walked it, it reminded me of an old battlefield where soldiers were still locked together, even though the war was long past. It wasn't beautiful in the postcard sense, but it had a wild, restless feel. Some parts were nearly impossible to push through, thickets so tight you could barely wedge your body sideways. Other parts opened into long scars of old logging roads, now eroded and half-hidden with weeds. The ridge had another feature, something that drew my attention more than the trees. It was a place where animals seemed to funnel. The shape of the land pulled them there. The streams that cut down off the slopes provided water, and the young regrowth gave them cover. Deer were everywhere, and with them came predators. Black bear sign was frequent, and more than once I found the claw marks of cougars high on trees. Marks so deliberate you could almost picture the cat pausing to rake its claws into the bark as a warning to anything passing by. The assignment I was given was simple on paper, but grueling in practice. I was tasked with monitoring Roosevelt Ridge over a 2-week period, documenting wildlife activity and scouting for signs of illegal hunting. Poaching had been creeping up in the area, mostly people after deer, but we had reports of elk being shot out of season too. My job was to move quietly, camp at different points along the ridge, and record everything I saw. The first days went by as I expected. I started from a north access road and moved inward, following old cut lines and deer paths. I had a heavy pack with my gear, notebooks, camera, GPS, and food enough to stretch. My plan was to travel light on firewood, using fallen branches and whatever dry stuff I could gather at each camp. Nights got cold quickly in the ridge, so I kept my campfire small and sheltered. What I noticed right away was how alive the ridge felt at night. Even when the fire burned low and I was lying in my tent, the forest never quieted. Branches cracked in the distance. Hooves clattered on rock outcroppings. I could hear the drawn-out coughs of cougars sometimes, the sort of sound that makes you instinctively grip your knife, even though you know the animal isn't likely to come into your camp. There was one night, maybe the third or fourth, when I woke to the sound of something heavy breathing just outside the tent wall. I held still, listening, and whatever it was huffed a few times before shuffling off. In the morning, I found tracks of a black bear, its paws pressed deep into the mud less than 2 feet from where I slept. The ridge demanded respect. Every step reminded me that I was the intruder, walking a line that Roosevelt himself might have admired but also warned about. Conservation wasn't about locking land away like a museum piece. It was about finding the balance between use and protection, and out there in that tangle of regrown forest, I felt the tension of that balance every day. Midway through the assignment, I started noticing things that bothered me more than the natural dangers. The first was a pile of bones I found near a dry creek bed. At first glance, I thought it was the remains of a deer taken by predators, but when I looked closer, I realized the skull had a clean bullet hole in it. The carcass had been stripped by scavengers afterward, but the shot placement was clear. It was poaching, and it wasn't fresh. Whoever had done it knew what they were doing and left the remains where few would stumble across them. The second sign came 2 days later. I was pushing through thick undergrowth when I found a salt block tucked into a clearing. It was weathered but still solid, placed there to attract deer. That confirmed organized poaching. Someone was baiting, setting up shots, and likely hauling animals out at night. I started to feel a gnawing unease. It wasn't the animals that unsettled me anymore. It was the idea that there were people moving through the ridge with rifles, people who had no interest in conservation or balance, only in taking what they wanted. Out there, alone, I had no radio contact unless I climbed to the highest points. I carried my sidearm, but against a determined poacher in the dark woods, I wasn't sure how much good it would do me. On the 9th night, things turned sharper. I had set up camp near the southern slope, not far from an old fire road. I kept my fire low, shielded by rocks. Around midnight, I woke to the faint crunch of boots. Not hooves, not paws, boots. The sound stopped and started, moving slowly as if someone was trying to stay quiet. I stayed in my tent, every sense straining my hand on my pistol. The steps circled wider, then faded into the distance. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I searched the area and found cigarette butts near a fallen log less than 50 yards from my tent. They were fresh, the paper ends barely yellowed by weather. Someone had been there, close, watching or moving past. I collected the butts, bagged them for evidence, and made a note in my log. After that, I moved campsites every night, never staying in one place long enough to be predictable. I rationed my food harder to make up for the extra time it took to break camp and move. Each night, I felt the same tension, listening for footsteps that might or might not come. The ridge no longer felt like it belonged to the animals. It felt like it was contested ground between people who cared about balance and people who only wanted to take. On the 12th day, I found their camp. It was hidden in a hollow where the forest dipped, barely visible unless you were right on top of it. There were tarps stretched between trees, empty cans stacked in piles, and the frame of a makeshift skinning rack. I saw dried blood in the dirt below it. The place stank faintly of rot, even though no fresh remains were there. I photographed everything, documented in my log, and got out fast. That night was the worst of all. I chose a campsite high on the ridge where the wind cut through the trees and kept sound sharp. As darkness fell, I heard gunshots echo faintly from the hollow I'd left behind. Not one shot, but three, spaced out in careful rhythm. Someone was taking game. I sat in my tent, the fire out, my pistol beside me, every nerve on edge. Later, closer to dawn, I heard voices carrying faintly through the trees. They were too distant to make out words, but the sound of men laughing in a place that Wild felt as unnatural as anything I had experienced. When the assignment ended, and I finally hiked out to the access road where the truck was waiting, I carried with me more than just notes and photographs. I carried the weight of what it meant to walk a place like Roosevelt Ridge. It wasn't about fear of the animals. They were simply doing what they always had. It was about fear of the people who refused to see what Roosevelt had seen more than a century ago. That land was not just a resource to strip, but a living thing to be respected. I turned in my report, thick with evidence and recommendations. I knew enforcement officers would follow up, and maybe the poachers would be caught. But what stayed with me was the feeling of those long nights alone, the footsteps outside the tent, the shots in the dark. It reminded me that being a ranger is not just about watching trees and animals. It's about standing in a thin, uneasy space between what the land needs and what people demand of it. Roosevelt Ridge was a lesson I would not forget. The forest could heal from axes and saws, given time. The animals could rebound if left undisturbed. But it was people, always people, who made the woods feel dangerous in a way no cougar or bear ever could. That was the truth of the ridge, and it was as clear as the echo of gunfire drifting through the trees. Back in 2010, I was doing a solo bike camping trip through the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington State. I had taken time off work because I wanted to get away from the usual rhythm of my life. I didn't want hotels, campgrounds full of people, or crowded trails. I wanted quiet, open space, and the kind of days where the only sound were my bike tires crunching gravel and the wind moving through tall trees. My plan was to go from Portland to Seattle the long way, cutting through the forest on the Baby Shoe Pass route, a path that's popular among riders who like the back roads. I had done a fair bit of solo camping before, but this trip was the most ambitious one I had ever planned. I thought I was ready for the challenges. Looking back, I don't think anything could have prepared me for some of the things I ran into out there. On the morning in question, I had been riding since just after sunrise. My legs were heavy from the previous days of pedaling, and the gravel roads were rough enough that I had to stay focused on my line the whole time. Around mid-afternoon, I was near a spot called Big Tire Junction. The name sounded funny to me when I saw it on the map. The junction itself wasn't much, just a couple of dirt roads meeting in the middle of thick woods. No signs of civilization, no houses, not even an abandoned cabin. Just forest in every direction. I had been carrying enough food and water to last me, but the long ride and the climbs had left me looking forward to stopping early. I started scouting for a place to sleep. My usual system for camping on bike trips was simple. I would look for a side road, usually an old Jeep trail, and follow it until I found a spot flat enough for my sleeping bag and far enough from the main road that no one driving by could see me. I liked to be invisible. It always felt safer when no one knew I was there. That day I found a trail that looked promising. I rolled down it a little way, but within just a few minutes I saw a bear up ahead. It wasn't huge, but it was close enough that I didn't want to risk pushing farther. I grabbed the little bell I kept on my handlebars and started ringing it, shaking the bike a bit so the noise carried. The bear turned its head, looked at me for a second, and then loped off into the trees. Even though it was gone, I didn't feel like sleeping anywhere near there, so I turned around and went back to the main road. I pedaled a while longer before finding another trail. This one was narrower, overgrown in places, but it felt right. I pushed down it for about a mile and came to a clearing where the ground was mostly level. It was about 4,200 feet up, according to my GPS, which meant the mosquitoes were everywhere. They swarmed around me the second I stopped. I didn't have a tent with me, just a sleeping bag and a bivy sack. So my best defense was to crawl in early and cover up as much skin as possible. I cooked a quick dinner on my little stove, choked it down while slapping mosquitoes off my arms, and then climbed in my bag around 8:30, even though the sun hadn't fully set yet. I was glad to finally be still, even if the bugs kept whining outside the thin fabric. I had just started to relax when I heard it, the faint rumble of an engine. At first I thought I was imagining it. I was deep on a Jeep trail, 50 miles from the nearest town, and the trail didn't even connect to anywhere else. But the sound grew louder, steady, and then headlights cut through the trees. I poked my head out and saw a truck rolling slowly down the trail. My camp was just a few feet off the side, and the driver's eyes locked onto mine as he passed. I froze. He didn't stop, didn't wave, didn't even acknowledge me beyond that quick look. He just kept driving down the trail until his taillights disappeared into the trees. I sat there, heart pounding, trying to make sense of it. I pulled out my map and traced the line of the Jeep trail. According to the contour lines, the road ended after dropping into a canyon about 1.5 miles away. There was no through route, no way to connect back to the main road, which meant that this guy, whoever he was, had no reason to be here except to turn around at the dead end. The thought sent a chill through me. Out of the billions of people on the planet, only 2 of us knew exactly where I was in that moment. Me and a stranger who had just driven past. I told myself not to panic. Maybe he was a hunter scouting the area. Maybe he was just exploring. But the forest was huge, and the odds of someone picking this random dead-end trail on the exact night I had chosen to sleep there seemed small. I decided not to move, though. Packing up and trying to bike out in the dark felt worse than staying put. I zipped my bag up to my chin and lay there listening. About half an hour later, the sound came again. The same truck climbing back up the road. The headlights swept past. The driver glanced toward me, and then the truck vanished into the dark. My skin prickled, and I couldn't shake the thought that he had gone down there knowing it was a dead end. And now he knew I was the only person camped on that trail. I barely slept that night, drifting in and out, every crack of a branch snapping me awake. Between worrying about the bear and the stranger, I kept my hand on my knife inside the bag until dawn. When the first light filtered through the trees, I packed up fast and got back on the road. The forest looked the same as it always did, quiet, green, beautiful, but it felt different to me now. I couldn't shake the thought of those eyes catching mine in the headlights. I rode all day, pushing hard, wanting distance between me and that spot. By evening, I reached the area near Taklock Lake. On the map, there was an old campground marked, long abandoned, with a berm the Forest Service had built to block cars from entering. It looked like a decent place to hole up for the night. I stashed my bike, climbed over the berm, and found a flat spot to roll out my bag. It should have been peaceful, but not long after dark, the quiet broke. I heard engines again, more than one this time, and the sound of voices yelling. Some people had found their way past the berm, maybe locals who knew the back roads better than I did. I stayed hidden as trucks pulled in and headlights swept across the empty campground. A group of people piled out, laughing, shouting, and soon the sharp cracks of gunfire echoed through the trees. They were drinking, shooting into the woods, and getting rowdy. I lay flat in my bag, praying they wouldn't wander far enough to stumble across me. They never did, but the sound of gunfire went on for hours. It was worse than the bear, worse than the truck driver. At least with animals, you can predict what they want. People are harder to read. I felt more like prey than ever. I waited until the sky was just starting to pale before I slipped out, packed up quietly, and pushed my bike back to the road. I rode off without looking back, the sound of my tires on gravel louder in my ears than it had ever been. The forest was beautiful, yes, but it no longer felt empty. It felt like it was hiding things. Not monsters, not ghosts, just people who had no reason to be there, people who could do whatever they wanted in the middle of nowhere without anyone knowing. That was the part that chilled me most. It wasn't the bear. It wasn't the gunfire. It was a reminder that out there, far from towns and cell towers, you're invisible. And if something happens to you, no one will know until it's far too late. When I finally reached Seattle days later, the city felt unreal. Cars, buses, people everywhere. I should have felt relieved, but what I mostly felt was drained. The trip had shown me what I wanted: solitude, wilderness, the test of being on my own. But it had also shown me something I hadn't expected: how small and exposed a single person can feel when the quiet woods remind you that you're not really alone out there. That realization stuck with me long after the ride ended. Even now, years later, whenever I think about those nights, I don't picture the bear or the mosquitoes. I picture headlights sweeping across my camp, a stranger's eyes catching mine, and the sudden, sharp knowledge that someone else knew I was alone in the dark. I work as a park ranger, but my training and background are in wetlands biology, so I tend to get the jobs that involve mapping water sources, delineating boundaries, and working on land restoration projects. In Pennsylvania, a lot of our land is a patchwork of old farms, reclaimed coal ground, public lands, and patches of state forest. Some of it has been logged and relogged, and other pieces have been in private hands for decades before eventually becoming part of a larger public system. Because of that, you never quite know what you're going to run into when you're out working alone. It could be a rusted out tractor, a half-collapsed farmhouse, or a modern hunting camp tucked way up in a hollow that looks like it hasn't seen sunlight in months. This particular job had me out near the base of a ridge that paralleled I-81, a stretch I knew well from driving, but had never actually set foot in. The project was focused on wetland restoration. There was an old farm reservoir at the bottom of the slope, and it was being fed by a system of seeps and small springs that trickled out of the hill like veins. My assignment was to trace those seeps uphill, flag them, map their boundaries, and note how they connected into the reservoir. It was a quiet kind of job, the kind I usually didn't mind doing alone. The morning was already damp when I set out, heavy with late summer humidity. Every step through the grass left my boots soaked through, and the air smelled of iron-rich soil and rotting leaves. The reservoir was ringed by cattails and swamp milkweed, and dragonflies skimmed the surface like they were on patrol. I remember kneeling at the edge of the water, unrolling my maps, checking the points I needed to hit, and making a plan for moving uphill. From the reservoir, it was about 6 miles back to the road where my truck was parked, but I didn't think about the distance much at the time. I just shouldered my flagging tape, my GPS, and the shovel I always carried, then started uphill, weaving along faint deer paths and old tractor ruts that had nearly disappeared back into the earth. The first hour was uneventful. I followed trickles of water that pushed out of the ground, each seep marked with flagging, each GPS point logged. The woods grew thicker as I climbed, maples and hemlocks standing like damp pillars above me, their trunks dark with moisture. My shirt was soaked in sweat, and I could feel gnats buzzing around my ears. I remember stopping to catch my breath and realizing how quiet it was, even for that part of the ridge. No road noise, no chainsaws from distant loggers, no gunshots from hunters at the range. Just still air and the faint drip of water seeping from the earth. As I crested a low rise, I noticed something out of place through the trees. At first I thought it might be the remains of an old logging camp, but when I walked closer, I saw the outline of a small clearing with debris scattered around. My first thought was that it was some kind of hunting camp, though it looked long abandoned. A rusted refrigerator lay on its side, half buried in leaves. There were a couple of collapsed folding chairs, an old mattress, and empty tuna cans rusting to nothing. Crushed beer cans lay in clusters, most of them Natural Light, the kind of beer you see left behind at fishing spots or cheap deer camps. A pile of empty chewing tobacco tins sat near the fire ring, and though everything was weathered, there was enough of it to suggest people had spent a lot of time here once. None of it really surprised me. Public lands in Pennsylvania often carry the ghost of their private past. You find junk piles, farm equipment, half-finished sheds, or someone's forgotten hunting spot from the 70s. The only thing that gave me pause was how tucked away it was. No trail led directly to it. The clearing was barely visible until you were almost on top of it. Whoever had used it hadn't wanted casual visitors stumbling through. I was just about to turn around and mark it as an old camp in my notes when I heard a sound behind me. The crunch of paws on leaves. My stomach dropped before I even turned because I knew it wasn't a deer. standing about 20 feet away, was a German Shepherd. Not a ragged stray, not a mangy farm dog that had wandered too far from home. This one was clean, its coat thick and brushed, its stance alert. Its eyes locked on me, and my first thought, the one that shot straight through my head like a bullet, was, great, now I'm screwed. A dog like that doesn't live wild in the woods. A dog like that belongs to somebody, and its presence meant I was closer to a person than I wanted to be. I tightened my grip on the shovel handle, lifting it slightly as if that would do me any good if the dog came at me. For a second, we just stared at each other. My heartbeat was hammering in my ears, and I was running through options. Back away slowly, yell, climb something, stand my ground. The shepherd didn't bark, didn't growl. Instead, it turned its head slightly, then looked back at me with an expression I can only describe as expectant. Then it walked a few paces uphill, stopped, and turned its head again, waiting. The thought crossed my mind that maybe it was leading me somewhere. Maybe someone was hurt. I didn't like that thought, but it stuck. The way the dog looked at me wasn't aggressive. It was insistent. Against my better judgment, I followed. We pushed farther up the hill, past the clearing with the camp debris. The ground grew steeper, the canopy darker, and the air cooler. The shepherd kept glancing back, as if to make sure I was coming. After maybe 5 minutes of steady climbing, we came into another clearing, this one stranger than anything I'd seen before. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The ground was studded with shapes, thick-necked lumps rising out of the dirt. As I got closer, my stomach tightened. They were dolls. Old, ragged dolls, buried upright in the earth up to their necks. Their arms were all raised, stiff, and pointed upward. Some were missing eyes, others had hair matted with moss, their faces cracked and pale. There must have been 20, maybe 30 of them, arranged in a rough circle in the middle of the clearing. And at the center of that circle, suspended from a tree branch by a crude loop of rope, hung the carcass of a deer. Its body was half decayed, ribs showing through torn hide, skull dangling as if it had been stripped clean by scavengers. The smell hit me before I registered the full sight, a sour reek of rot and blood that hadn't fully dried. I froze. Every instinct told me I had just walked into something I was never supposed to see. Someone had set this up. It wasn't an accident, and it wasn't old enough to shrug off as something from years past. Whoever did it had been there recently, maybe even that morning. The dog stood at the edge of the clearing, silent, watching me. I didn't stay to study it. I didn't take pictures or notes. I just turned on my heel, forcing myself not to run, and walked the same way I'd come. My hand was shaking so badly I nearly dropped my shovel. Every sound in the woods seemed sharper, every snapped twig behind me making me think someone was following. I kept waiting to hear a shout, or footsteps, or to see a figure step out from the trees. But nothing came. I retraced my path past the junk camp, down along the seep lines, back to the reservoir. When I finally broke out of the woods and saw the cattails and dragonflies again, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The dog was gone. I don't know when it left me, but by the time I glanced back, there was no sign of it. The hike out to my truck was 6 miles, and I spent every step looking over my shoulder. My shirt was plastered to me, my hands still trembling from the adrenaline. I kept thinking about how I was getting married in a month, how one stupid decision to follow a strange dog into the woods could have ended with me disappearing into a story no one would ever piece together. When I finally reached the gravel pull-off and saw my truck sitting there like a lifeline, I didn't waste time. I tossed my gear in the bed, slammed the door, and drove straight out without looking back. I filed my report on the wetlands, marked the seeps, flagged the boundaries. But I never once mentioned the camp, the dog, or the clearing with the dolls and the deer. Some things don't need to be in writing. Some things you just leave behind. And I've never gone back to that part of the ridge. The job was done, and that was enough for me. I've been a ranger for years, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that people are always the real danger. Animals can be dangerous, weather can be dangerous, terrain can be dangerous, but when you get down to it, nothing brings that quiet, creeping sense of unease into your gut like another person when you're deep in the backcountry. I couldn't put my finger on one single event that proved it, but I had enough moments pile up over the years to leave me with a constant awareness. The forest is supposed to be freedom, and it is, but that freedom cuts both ways. Out there, miles away from the nearest paved road, nobody's watching. Nobody's listening. Nobody cares if someone follows you a little too close on a trail or shows up somewhere they shouldn't. When you're alone and you come across another person after hours of quiet, you don't lean on the same social rules that keep you safe in town. You don't think, that man won't hurt me because it's illegal. Out there, the only thing between you and danger is how far you are from help. And that realization never really leaves your mind once you've had it. I remember one long patrol deep in the northern section of the park. The kind of trip where you pack food for a week and expect not to see another face for at least half of it. It was midsummer, the season when the trails are busy, but even then, there are parts of the park people avoid. The ground was rough, the climb steep, and the trail itself was little more than a scar carved through endless forest. That's why I was there, checking on campsites that rarely saw use and making sure no one had wandered off trail and gotten themselves into trouble. The morning started the way most do out there. Damp air clinging to everything, boots still wet from yesterday's river crossing, and the forest filled with that thick silence you only get when you're far from people. I hiked for hours, passing the occasional deer trail, spotting tracks here and there, listening to birds announce the start of their day. There was a comfort in it, in the rhythm of my steps and the steady weight of the pack on my shoulders. Sometime past noon, I stopped for water near a clearing. That's when I saw him. He came from the opposite direction on the trail, though I hadn't heard him approach. No crunch of leaves, no stick breaking, nothing. 1 second, it was just me and the quiet. The next, he stepped into view, walking slowly with a pack that looked too small for the distance we were from the nearest trailhead. He looked rough, like he'd been out for days without sleep, clothes wrinkled and damp. His face had the pale, drawn look of someone who hadn't eaten well in a while. I tried to reason it out in my head. Maybe he had started from a different access point. Maybe he was traveling light and had a stash of supplies hidden somewhere. But none of it really sat right. The section I was patrolling didn't connect easily to other trails. You had to either climb a difficult ridge or bushwhack through miles of thick undergrowth to end up where he was coming from. Neither option made sense for someone traveling with a small day pack. He didn't say anything, and I didn't either. There wasn't a reason to. We just passed each other, but the encounter left me unsettled. Hours without another human voice does something to your head, makes you second guess even normal behavior. And yet, what gnawed at me was the logistics of it. Where'd he come from? Where's he going? Why hadn't I heard him until he was right there? I pressed on, pushing myself to get to the old campsite before sundown. The place was rarely used anymore, a flat patch of ground near a narrow stream, with an old fire ring made of blackened stones. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was that the fire ring had fresh ash in it. That wasn't unusual during the busy season, but there was something about the way it was piled, careless, like whoever built it had no interest in leaving the place tidy. Nearby, the ground was disturbed. A couple of bent grasses, a scuffed patch of dirt where someone had set their pack down, the faint imprint of boots heavier than mine. The oddest part was the lack of any other trace. No wrappers, no gear left behind, no sign of tent. Just a faint mess of someone being there and moving on quickly. I didn't like it. Most campers in the park are either meticulous about leaving no trace, or they're sloppy enough that you find all kinds of garbage scattered around. This was neither. It was like someone had just paused here for a night and slipped out at first light without leaving a real mark, as if the goal wasn't to rest, but to simply not be noticed. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every sound pulled me awake. The rushing of the creek, the snap of a branch, the faint rustle of wind through the canopy. I'd roll over in my bag and stare out at the dark tree line, half expecting to see someone standing there. My training told me I was just spooked. Fatigue, isolation, and the simple fact that the human brain doesn't handle unbroken silence well. Still, knowing the reason didn't make the feeling go away. The next morning, I moved further north. The trail twisted through dense forest, a place where even midday feels dim. The air was damp, the ground soft, and every step seemed to echo in the quiet. Around midday, I noticed something odd. a length of paracord tied between two trees just off the trail. It didn't belong there. No one should have set up anything like that in this area. I walked over and found the remnants of a makeshift lean-to. It had been broken down, but the way the cord hung told me it was recent. This time I found trash. Not much, just the torn edge of a foil packet and a strip of cloth that looked like it had been ripped from a shirt. Nothing to identify who had been there, but enough to prove someone had spent the night. The lean-to wasn't built like a casual camper would make. It was thrown together with haste, the knots crude, the structure barely functional. Whoever built it wasn't concerned about comfort. They just wanted shelter for a night. That was when the thoughts settled in my mind, heavier than before. This wasn't just a lost hiker or a random backpacker. Someone was moving through these woods without a clear trail, staying in places most people avoided, leaving behind just enough trace to make it clear they weren't entirely careful, but not enough to understand their pattern. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how little sense it made. I hadn't seen any sign of him at the trailheads. I hadn't passed him earlier. He wasn't carrying supplies for a long trip. And yet, he was out here, moving quickly, leaving faint signs of camps that didn't belong. I kept hiking, every sound around me amplified by the possibility of not being alone. When I finally reached the ranger cabin at the edge of the section, I felt relief wash over me. The cabin was small, just one room with a cot, a stove, and a logbook where rangers recorded their patrols. I lit a lantern and started to settle in, but something outside caught my eye. Boot prints. They were faint, half erased by the damp earth, but they circled the cabin. Not straight lines, not the casual walk of someone approaching, but looping paths like someone had paced around and around the building. Some prints came close to the door, others trailed off into the brush. I crouched down and studied them, heart pounding. They weren't mine. They had been made recently, maybe earlier that day. That night in the cabin was worse than the night before. The walls were thin, the window glass rattled in its frame, and the lantern light only made the shadows feel heavier. I didn't hear anyone, but that almost made it worse. Silence carries weight when you're waiting for a sound that never comes. When dawn finally came, I packed up and wrote my notes in a logbook. I recorded the fresh fire ring, the lean-to, the paracord, and the boot prints around the cabin. I didn't know who was out there or what they were doing, but I knew they weren't supposed to be. That kind of behavior doesn't belong in a park. It wasn't the pattern of someone enjoying the outdoors. It was someone using the woods for something else entirely. I left the cabin and began the long hike back toward the main station. Every step I took, I felt eyes on me. I never saw him again on that patrol, but the memory of him stayed. His pale face, his too small pack, the quiet way he appeared without warning. The marks he left behind weren't accidents. They were fragments of a path I wasn't supposed to see. Over the years, I had other encounters like that. Different people, same feeling. Someone sitting too still at a bend in the trail. A figure walking fast without gear, not even looking at the surroundings. Campsites with evidence of one-night stops, always half-hidden, always recent. That's the thing about the wilderness. Most of the time, people come here for peace, for beauty, for escape. But some come because it's a place outside the eyes of society. A place where rules don't matter because no one is watching. It's never the animals that give me pause. It's never the storms, or the cliffs, or the rivers. It's the people. The ones who shouldn't be there. The ones whose presence doesn't add up. The ones who leave behind just enough trace to remind you that in the wild, you're never really as alone as you think. That's why even now, when I'm on patrol and I spot another hiker after hours of solitude, my stomach knots just a little. 99% of them are harmless, friendly even, but that 1% sticks with you. That sense of stepping outside the safety net of society where all the rules you rely on in town mean nothing. I never found out who that man was. I never learned why he was there, moving silently through places no one else went, circling cabins. I've worked as a park ranger for several years now, stationed near the border of two massive national forests. Most of the time, my job has been routine. I patrol trails, check in with visitors, make sure campsites follow regulations, help with rescues when hikers push themselves too far. But last summer, during the peak of fire season, I lived through something that I will never forget. Even now, months later, I can close my eyes and see the fire the way it looked that night, and I can feel the weight of that night pressing down on my chest as if I'm still standing in my boots watching it unfold. Wildfires were not new to us. Every summer, the forest would go dry and the winds would pick up. Sometimes there were small flare-ups from lightning strikes or careless campers. We had training drills for those, and usually they were contained before they spread too far. But this was different. It started sometime in late June, deep in the backcountry where steep terrain made access almost impossible. Within a day, the fire had jumped ridges and started racing toward the populated valleys. Within 3 days, we were dealing with mandatory evacuation notices across whole towns. My own family lived right at the edge, just outside the evacuation zone at first. That made it worse, not better. When you're told to evacuate, at least you know what to do. Pack and go. When you're on the border, you live in a strange limbo, always waiting, watching the wind, checking updates every hour, wondering if the line will hold or if you'll suddenly have to leave in the middle of the night. That week, I was splitting myself in two, part ranger, part son, part brother. By day, I was out in uniform, helping coordinate roadblocks and monitoring fire lines. By night, I was home, trying to prepare my family for the worst. The hardest part was knowing that my own lungs were weak. I had asthma, and smoke like this could put me in a hospital fast. But there was no staying away. My family was right there in the path of it, and I couldn't just walk out. The evening that burned itself into my memory started on one of those long summer days when the sun felt like it would never set. The air was already smoky, heavy, and gritty. The sky had that strange yellow tint that makes you feel like you're living on another planet. I just finished a patrol and headed home, where my parents and sisters were still deciding whether they should start packing. The fire had come over the mountain ridges by then, and you could actually see the glow after sunset, an angry red smear against the horizon. I told them we needed to start packing, and even though they hesitated, once the flames came into full view, no one argued anymore. Packing for a fire is nothing like packing for a trip. It's fast, brutal, and full of impossible choices. My first thought was paperwork. Legal documents don't mean much until you lose them. I gathered everything I could, birth certificates, medical records, insurance, tax forms, and shoved them into one folder. That alone took nearly half an hour, because I wanted to make sure nothing was left behind that we might regret later. My younger sister was only 8 at the time, and she panicked in a way that ripped me open inside. Her world was made up of her stuffed animals, each one tied to a memory, each one a comfort she didn't want to let go of. She wanted to bring them all, but there was no way. Watching her cry and beg while I explained that she had to choose only a few broke me. I helped her pick out the ones she held dearest, including the little elephant she'd gotten from an ambulance crew when she was 4. She clung to it as though it was alive. I packed the rest for her as best I could, but even then, we both knew Minnie would stay behind. My other sister surprised me by being calm. She packed what she wanted into a small bag and then just sat quietly, waiting. Her quietness was unsettling in its own way, almost like she had already accepted that we might lose everything. I tried to pack my own belongings, but broke down halfway through. Heat rose through the upper floor of the house, and between the smoke in the air and the weight of the moment, I started to overheat and shake. I grabbed what I could, my purse collection, my artwork, a few personal valuables, but I felt like I was drowning in decisions. I don't even remember folding clothes, just shoving things into bags with no real thought. Then came the animals. At that time, we had a small collection that felt more like a farm than a household. 12 hens, 2 guinea pigs, and 2 dogs. They all needed food, water, crates, bedding. The guinea pigs were delicate, and I carried them in their small transport cage, setting them gently by the front door. My parents handled the heavier tasks, dragging supplies to the trailer my dad had borrowed. I wasn't allowed outside much because of my asthma, which made me feel useless, but I understood why they told me to stay in. By nightfall, the fire was halfway down the mountain. The line of flames was no longer a distant glow, but a wall of fire chewing through trees, spitting sparks into the air. The sound was something I'll never forget, like a freight train mixed with a thunderstorm, constant and low, rumbling through the earth. It was alive in a way that terrified me. We kept working until exhaustion overtook us. When we finally stopped, it was close to midnight. My sisters and I curled up by the front door with our bags and animals, too tired to argue or even cry anymore. The fire had reached the base of the mountain on one side. We should have left, but my parents still said not yet, believing maybe the fire line would hold. That night was one of the strangest, most haunting nights of my life. I couldn't sleep, not really. I dozed in short bursts, waking up every few minutes to check the sky. The fire turned night into a surreal painting. Flames glowing orange, smoke drifting purple in the moonlight, everything flickering as if the whole world was burning around us. It was terrifying, but also mesmerizing. I hated myself for noticing how beautiful it looked, but I couldn't look away. At around 2 in the morning, my body gave out. I read a book to distract myself, then let my eyes close, still watching the fire creep closer. Every time I woke up, I thought I was dreaming, but the flames really were creeping forward, then falling back, then rising again. It was like watching a tide roll in and out, except it was fire instead of water. By 6 in the morning, I woke for good. My throat burned from the smoke, but when I stumbled to the window, I realized something had changed. The massive flames, those 1,000-foot walls of fire, were gone. The mountains still smoldered, glowing red and black, but the raging inferno had been knocked down. Later we learned what happened. In the middle of the night, while we were lying on the floor watching the mountain burn, dozens of firefighters had worked themselves to the bone to carve out a fire line between us and the flames. They cut down trees, dug trenches, sprayed water and retardant, and held that line while the fire tried to jump it again and again. At some point, a bucket helicopter had gone down. No one died, but it shook everyone on the crew. Still, they kept fighting. When the sun rose, our house was still standing. The fire never reached our yard. We packed, we prepared, but in the end, we didn't have to evacuate. One house down the road was lost, along with a few government buildings. About 35,000 acres of forest were burned into ash. A firefighter was badly burned, but survived, and he's still recovering. For my family, the relief was mixed with grief. We had already lost animals before this. Lady, our dog, in a house fire years earlier. Thunder, my bird, in a tragic accident. Rex, a fox at the sanctuary where I worked, to the heat of that same fire. Their memories came back hard during those nights, and I couldn't stop thinking about how close we came to losing even more. I still work as a ranger, and I still live near those forests. But the way I see fire has changed forever. It's not just a natural disaster or a line on a map. It's a force you can feel in your bones, something that can erase entire histories in a single night. I've seen people underestimate it, thinking it won't cross this ridge or that road, only to watch it swallow miles in minutes. That night taught me how fragile everything is. Our homes, our animals, our memories. All it takes is one spark, one wind gust, one dry summer, and everything can change. When I patrol now and see campers leaving coals smoldering or tossing cigarette butts, I don't just get annoyed. I get scared. I remember the trance of watching flames eat a mountain, the heat pressing against my face from miles away, the helplessness of holding onto my sisters while the world burned outside. And the ending is simple. We survived. Our home survived. But the scars remain in the land, in the trees, in the memories of everyone who lived through that fire. Some scars you can't see, but you carry them with you every day, like the faint smell of smoke that never really leaves, even after the fire is gone. I became a park ranger because I liked the idea of being away from people and closer to land that felt untouched. When I first started working, most of my time was spent on the popular trails, helping families find their way, dealing with lost kids, or cleaning up trash that people left behind. But once I had a few years under my belt, I started taking more of the backcountry assignments. Those were the jobs where you had to hike or drive into the farthest corners of the park, places where the roads had turned to little more than paths overgrown with weeds and fallen trees. It was the part of the job I liked best. There's a section of forest I've always thought of as heavier than the rest. That's not an official term, just the way it feels. The trees seem older, the air thicker, and the water around there is usually still and dark. A lot of visitors don't even know it exists. You get to it by following an old logging road that has been swallowed by time. I've been down it a few times for surveys, making sure people weren't leaving trash or cutting new trails. It was there that I remembered a story someone once told me about two ponds that sat on either side of a hill and how a family camping there had seen something that never made sense. They weren't park rangers, just a regular family that liked to camp in quiet places. They had walked their gear in because the road was too torn up for their car. They set up on that hill between the ponds, and everything was fine until the middle of the night. That was when two big black trucks rolled in out of nowhere. The family said the trucks were packed full of men, too many to fit comfortably, like clown cars spilling people. None of them said a word. They didn't look at the family. They didn't even turn on their lights. They all just walked straight into the water with nets, scooped up frogs for over an hour, then loaded back into the trucks and drove away the same way they came. By morning, the ponds were silent. The chorus of frogs that had filled the place when the family arrived was gone. They said they found one frog left behind, injured, but the pond stayed quiet the rest of their trip. They camped there again in later years, but they never saw the frog hunters again. I'd heard the story a few times passed around between rangers, but nobody knew what to make of it. Most chalked it up to exaggeration, a family spooked in the woods, making something strange out of something ordinary. But when I started pulling assignments out in that area, I kept thinking about it. I had been to those ponds before, and I remembered how loud they were with frog calls in the evenings. I also remembered going back weeks later and noticing how quiet it stayed after that. Last year I got assigned to check the same stretch of backcountry after reports of illegal fire rings and ATV tracks. I loaded my truck with supplies and followed the old logging road until the brush forced me to stop. From there, I hiked in with my pack. The first mile was easy, just an overgrown road with grass creeping up through the cracks of the old gravel. Then the ground turned uneven, littered with fallen branches and weeds shoulder high in places. I pushed through, swatting gnats, and listening to the sound of my boots crunching down. The woods grew heavier with each step, just like I remembered. When I got close to the ponds, I could smell the water before I saw it. That thick smell of stagnant ponds, mixed with mud and moss. I climbed the little hill that separated the two and looked down. The ponds were still there, black as oil in the shade of the trees. What I didn't hear were frogs. Not a single croak. The silence was sharp, broken only by the buzz of insects. I walked the perimeter, looking for fire pits or trash. I didn't see any sign of people camping there recently, but I did notice something else. The edges of the pond were trampled down. Not just deer trails, but wide swaths of pressed mud like a lot of people had been moving in and out of the water. I crouched down and saw fresh tracks. Boot prints. Dozens of them. They sank deep into the soft mud, going straight into the water. Some were small, some large, all different tread patterns. I followed them around, and they all told the same story. Lines of boots walking into the pond and then out again. I didn't like the feeling of it. There's nothing illegal about catching frogs in small numbers, but this was something else. Whoever was doing it wasn't casual. This was organized. I kept following the tracks until I came to a section of brush that looked flattened, like heavy vehicles had pushed through. I bent down and picked up a piece of rubber. A tire shred, black, thick, torn at the edges. I looked closer at the dirt and saw faint impressions of large tires. Trucks, big ones. They had come through not long ago. I spent the rest of the day scouting that area, marking down where the tracks went, where they disappeared into brush. I found another piece of evidence too, a half-broken plastic crate lying near the pond, coated in mud. The kind you'd use to carry something alive. Inside were bits of torn netting, green nylon strands clinging to the corners. Whoever was here wasn't just passing through. They were collecting, hauling, taking. That night, I camped on the same hill the family had used years before. I set up my small ranger tent, ate a cold meal from my pack, and sat listening. The woods stayed dead quiet. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound in the distance. Engines. Low, rumbling, growing closer. I sat up and killed my light. Through the trees, I saw faint shapes moving down the overgrown road. Then they appeared, two massive trucks, black, just like in the story. They came in without headlights. They rolled to a stop near the ponds, engines low, then shut off. One by one, doors opened and men climbed out. There were more than a dozen of them. None of them spoke. None of them carried lights. They pulled nets and crates from the trucks and walked straight into the water. I sat frozen, watching through the brush. For over an hour, they moved like shadows across the ponds, skimming their nets silently, hauling load after load of frogs into the crates. The air filled with the sound of splashing and the occasional thump of crates closing. But not one word passed between them. When they finished, they carried the crates back, loaded them in the trucks, and climbed in. The engines rumbled back to life, and just like that they were gone, disappearing down the road into the dark. The woods fell silent again, even heavier than before. I didn't sleep much the rest of that night. In the morning, I walked the ponds again. The ground was churned up with fresh boot prints and tire ruts. The water was disturbed, bits of algae and reeds floating everywhere. But the frogs were gone. Not one call, not one ripple except from insects. I reported everything I saw. The tracks, the crates, the trucks, the organized way they worked. Law enforcement rangers opened an investigation, but without plate numbers, names, or solid leads, it didn't go far. Whoever those men were, they knew how to come and go without leaving enough behind a trace. I went back weeks later. The ponds were still silent. No frogs had returned. The water looked emptier than ever, like something had been taken out of the place, and not just the animals. It reminded me of how delicate these wild places are. You think of a pond full of frogs as something endless, something that will always be there. But it only takes one night, one group of people with nets and crates, to change it forever. The family that camped here years ago saw it happen once, but now I'd seen it too. It was real, not a ghost story, not a campfire tale, but a human act. The part that sticks with me isn't just the silence of the ponds. It's the silence of those men, the way they moved without a word, without light, without anything that showed they cared who saw them or what they left behind. It wasn't the kind of silence you get from respect for nature. It was the kind that comes from being practiced, efficient, and sure of what you're doing. I don't know if they were selling the frogs, using them for bait, research, or something else entirely. But I know those ponds will never sound the same. Every time I go back now, I stand on that hill and listen to the stillness. No croaks, no calls, just empty water. And it makes the woods feel heavier than ever. That's the part of the job that unsettles me the most. It's not the bears stealing coolers or the storms that sweep through at night. It's the moments when you see just how quickly people can strip a place of life, leaving nothing but silence behind. And I'll never forget the sound of those engines fading into the dark, carrying the life of those ponds away forever. I worked as a seasonal ranger in Sequoia National Park last year, and for all the things I've seen out there, the one thing that stayed with me most wasn't something I saw, but something I dreamt. I've spent long nights on patrol. I've had run-ins with lost hikers, poachers, and even mountain lions that followed a little too close for comfort. But none of those things ever held on to me the way that dream did. To this day, it feels more real than a lot of my waking hours, and I've gone over it in my head so many times that I can remember every single detail like it actually happened. That night started like so many others. I had been out on a longer shift, driving the back roads to make sure campsites were clear and that no one was setting up fires where they weren't allowed. It was midsummer, and the air still carried a heavy dryness even at night. Fires were always the biggest fear. One spark in a wrong place, one careless set of hands, and thousands of acres could go up. So I spent most of my evenings either answering calls from visitors or keeping watch where there wasn't anyone else around. When my shift ended, I didn't feel like driving all the way back to the station. Instead, I pulled off near one of the quieter spots where I knew I wouldn't be disturbed. It was a little pullout, nothing more than a flat dirt patch not far from a trailhead. I parked my truck there, rolled out my sleeping bag in the bed, and decided that was where I'd spend the night. I had done it plenty of times before. The bed of the truck kept me off the ground, away from bugs and most animals, and I could fall asleep with the sky stretched out above me like an endless dome. Before climbing into my bag, though, I got curious. Just across from where I had parked was a huge granite boulder, the kind that looked like it had been dropped there by glaciers 1,000 years ago. It was taller than the truck, with one side sloping just enough to scramble up if you had decent balance. I wanted to stretch my legs, so I climbed it. When I got to the top, I lay on my back and let my eyes adjust to the dark. The stars above Sequoia never disappointed. Whole swathes of the Milky Way looked close enough to reach out and touch. I remember the air felt cool against my skin, but the rocks still carried the warmth from the day. I was just about to close my eyes when I noticed something unusual on the surface around me. The top of that boulder wasn't smooth. It had shallow depressions in it, like bowls worn into the rock. At first, I thought they were just the result of erosion, but when I looked closer, I could see their edges were deliberate, as though someone had carved them long ago. Some were rounded mortar bowls, polished from years of grinding. Others were narrow, like grooves where something sharp had been dragged back and forth again and again. I knew enough to recognize them. These were artifacts left behind by Native American tribes that had lived in the area for generations before the park was ever established. Something about seeing them in that moment put me in a quiet mood. I thought about the people who had sat exactly where I was, long before there was a road, long before my truck, long before anyone thought to call this land a park. They must have spent hours here, sharpening tools, grinding food, looking up at the same stars. For a moment, I felt like a trespasser. Not in a bad way, not like I shouldn't be there, but more like I was borrowing space that had belonged to someone else for a very long time. Eventually, I climbed down, brushed the dirt from my hands, and settled into my bag in the truck bed. I left the tailgate down so I could stretch my legs out. The forest was quiet around me, with only the sound of the occasional night bird and the rustle of dry needles shifting in the breeze. My body relaxed quick, and I fell asleep under the stars. The dream started so suddenly that I thought I was still awake. One moment I was in my truck, and the next I was lying flat on the ground, zipped up in my sleeping bag with no truck, no road, no boulder, and no sign of a campsite around me. I wasn't on the bed of steel and wood anymore. I was on bare earth. Pine needles pressed against my back. The air felt colder than before, and it carried the dampness of thick forest. At first I couldn't move. My body felt pinned down, not by weight, but by something heavy in my chest, like I had been dropped in a place that wasn't meant for me. I tilted my head to the side, forcing my eyes to focus. That's when I saw it. Not far from me, maybe just a couple feet away, the ground rippled with movement. At first it didn't make sense. It was too dark to see clearly, but the surface of the forest floor wasn't still. It twisted and writhed. The more I stared, the more I realized what I was looking at. It was a mass, a living column of black, eel-like snakes, hundreds of them, moving together as one. They slithered past me in a thick carpet, their bodies brushing against each other, scales catching the faint moonlight that filtered through the canopy. I couldn't hear them in the way you'd hear leaves rustle or twigs break. Instead, there was a low hiss like steam escaping a valve, constant and steady. My stomach turned to the sight. I've dealt with rattlesnakes plenty of times in real life, but this was nothing like that. This was too unnatural. I remember my heart hammering against my ribs as I realized just how close they were to me. Then, as if pulled out of the mass itself, a single rattlesnake rose up. Its body uncoiled higher than the others, its head lifted, tongue flicking in and out. The sound of its rattle filled the air, sharper and louder than it should have been. The snake struck toward me, aiming for the spot where my arm pressed against the fabric of my sleeping bag. The fangs scraped against the nylon, not breaking through at first, but pressing hard enough that I could feel the shape of its head against me. I panicked, kicking out with my legs, thrashing against the bag. My feet connected with something solid, and the snake recoiled, vanishing back into the moving mass as if it had never been separate from it at all. I lay there gasping, my chest rising and falling against the tight fabric of the bag. But my eyes were still fixed on the direction the snakes were moving. They weren't scattering. They weren't disappearing into the trees. They had a destination. The column of black bodies streamed towards something just beyond my head. I craned my neck and saw it. At first I couldn't make sense of the shape. It was dark, larger than me, sprawled out on the ground. As my eyes adjusted, the outline grew sharper. It was a horse. A massive black horse lying on its side, its stomach torn open in a wide, gaping wound. The snakes were crawling into it. One after another, they disappeared into the slit flesh, vanishing inside until the ground around the carcass was empty again. The sight of it made my throat close up. The horse's hide glistened as though wet, but I couldn't smell rot or blood. My head had been resting against its side the entire time. My pillow was its body. The realization shot terror through me stronger than anything I'd felt before. My whole body jolted with fear, and that's when I woke up for real. I shot upright in the bed of my truck, heart pounding, breath sharp. The night around me was silent, nothing but the soft whisper of wind through the pines. The stars above looked the same as before, distant and calm, like nothing had changed. I stood up too fast, almost tumbling out of the truck, and scrambled to the dirt just to ground myself. My hands were shaking. My legs felt weak. I checked everything around me, the truck, the ground, the trees. Nothing was out of place. There were no snakes, no horse, no sign that I had ever left where I'd gone to sleep. But the dream clung to me with a weight I couldn't shake. I couldn't crawl back into my bag after that. I sat on the ground until dawn, staring at the tree line, trying to convince myself it had only been a dream. The strangest thing about it was how real it felt. Dreams usually blur or fade, but this one stayed sharp, etched into my memory. The ground beneath me, the sound of the rattle, the cold dampness of the forest. It all felt as real as anything I'd experienced awake. And then there were the carvings in the rock. I couldn't stop thinking about them, those mortar bowls and grooves. I don't consider myself a superstitious man, but the timing was too much to ignore. I had gone up there, touched something left behind by people who were tied to the land in ways I couldn't even begin to understand. And that night, I dreamt something so vivid, so disturbing, that it felt like I had crossed into a place I wasn't meant to go. In the days after, I tried to push it aside. I did my job, checked campsites, answered calls, patrolled the roads, but every time I closed my eyes at night, the images came back. I didn't dream them again. Not the same way, but the memory was enough. I'd lie in my bag and see the snakes moving, the horse line open, my head resting against its side. It never left me. I told myself it was stress. Being a ranger isn't easy. Long hours, solitude, the constant awareness that one mistake could lead to disaster. It wears on you. Maybe my mind had just reached a point where it needed to unload all of that in the form of something surreal. But no matter how many times I tried to explain it away, I couldn't convince myself it was just random. It felt anchored to that place, to that night, to those carvings on the boulder. I never camped in that spot again. Anytime I drove past it, I kept my eyes straight ahead. I didn't climb another rock like that the rest of the season. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was exhaustion. But for me, it was enough. I've been a park ranger for almost a decade, mostly working in the backcountry areas where cell service is non-existent, and the only people you run into are those who have the same mix of curiosity and recklessness that gets them into trouble. I've walked hundreds of miles of trails, spent countless nights alone in the forest, and seen the kind of dangers that don't make the news. But nothing I'd experienced in all those years prepared me for the night I spent near the high desert ridges of New Mexico. It was early October, and I'd been assigned a routine patrol in one of the more remote sections of the park. The kind of area that sees maybe a handful of visitors a month, mostly hunters in the fall. The air was dry, the brush brittle, and the sky a deep indigo fading into black. I've been driving the gravel access roads all afternoon, stopping occasionally to check trailheads, broken fences, or signage that had been damaged by weather or vandalism. The sun had set hours ago, leaving me with nothing but my headlights, a map, my GPS, and the sense that I was alone in an expanse of land that could swallow a person whole. By the time I reached my designated campsite, I was tired, but not overly so. I set up my small patrol tent in a clearing near a dry creek bed. The ground was hard and uneven, littered with stones and dead branches. I'd already unloaded my pack, laying out my essentials: a small gas stove, water, rations, and my ranger gear. I always traveled light, but I never compromised on safety. I checked the weather one last time: clear skies, low humidity, and temperatures that would drop sharply after midnight. By 9 o'clock, the campfire was going. I had a small pile of wood next to me, and the flames cast dancing shadows across the surrounding trees and rocks. The desert night was quiet in the way only a remote place can be quiet. There were no distant cars, no hum of electricity, no voices. Just the wind through the pinyon and juniper and the occasional cry of a distant coyote. I made myself some dinner: beans and rice mixed with canned meat, the sort of basic but sustaining food that has fueled rangers, hikers, and hunters for decades. The taste was simple but satisfying, and as I ate, I kept my eyes scanning the darkness around the firelight. After eating, I took out my notebook and started logging the day's observations: trail conditions, vehicle tracks, animal signs, and a few notes about a broken fence I had fixed near the ridge earlier. As I wrote, I thought about the vast emptiness surrounding me. The kind of emptiness that can make you feel small, exposed, and, if you let it, vulnerable. Around 10:30 p.m., I decided to stretch my legs. I grabbed my flashlight and my rifle, standard precaution, and walked a short loop around the campsite, checking the perimeter. The terrain sloped gently toward the creek bed, then rose again into jagged rocks and low hills. I moved slowly, scanning the darkness, listening for anything unusual. The night was alive in subtle ways: the rustle of a lizard in the brush, the snap of a dry twig underfoot, the wind brushing against rock formations. But then I heard something different, a distant but deliberate sound, like footsteps, though they were heavier than an animal's. I stopped. The wind had shifted slightly, and I couldn't tell if the sound was coming toward me or away. My heart rate picked up. This area was supposed to be empty. No hikers, no hunters. I called out, just a single sharp whistle, the kind that could carry over hundreds of feet. Nothing. The sound didn't repeat. I took a few cautious steps toward where I thought I'd heard it, scanning with my flashlight. The beam bounced off rocks, low shrubs, and desert brush. Still nothing. I returned to camp, trying to convince myself it was just the wind, or an animal, or even my mind playing tricks. I didn't have anyone to call. My radio had no signal past this ridge. I set up the tent, double-checked my rifle, and crawled in with my flashlight beside me. I left the fire low but alive. The flames would keep predators at bay and give me some sense of presence. Around midnight, I woke to a sound that made my stomach tighten. It was coming from outside the tent, soft but deliberate. Something large was moving through the brush near my campfire. I froze, holding my breath. The flashlight I had left on the ground illuminated the flaring edges of the tent, but nothing beyond it. The sound came again, a soft crunch like someone or something stepping carefully but intentionally through dry brush. I grabbed my rifle, crawled out of the tent, and scanned the area. The firelight flickered across the low rocks, and I caught a shadow moving. Not a coyote, not a deer. The shape was upright, human-sized. My pulse spiked. I whispered a mental command to stay calm. I moved slowly to a boulder for cover, keeping the rifle ready. The shadow paused, then disappeared behind the rocks. I considered calling for backup, but the radio still had no signal. The nearest ranger station was miles away, and the terrain made it impossible for a vehicle to reach me quickly. I was alone, with only my knowledge of the land and my equipment. My mind raced through possibilities. Someone lost, a poacher, a hunter ignoring park rules. But the deliberate, cautious way whoever it was moved told me this wasn't random. This person, or people, knew how to navigate the terrain. I stayed crouched behind the boulder for what felt like hours, listening. The occasional rustle and snap of branches kept me tense, but no one revealed themselves again. I thought about my options. I could pack up and retreat to my truck, but that would mean moving through the dark, open area where the figure could see me first. I could stay put, but that meant waiting until daylight and hoping whoever it was left. I decided to wait, using the shadows and the low firelight as cover. I checked my watch. It was nearly 2 a.m. My hands ached from gripping the rifle, my muscles stiff from crouching. The desert night was colder now, the air sharper, and my breath came out in brief clouds. Then I heard it again, the crunching of dry leaves, but closer this time. Someone was circling the camp. I thought about the training I'd received, the scenarios we drilled at the Ranger Academy. Stay quiet, observe, don't make yourself vulnerable. I moved my position slightly, keeping behind rocks, watching. Then I noticed something on the ground, footprints. They were fresh, human, booted, heading in a rough semicircle around my camp. They weren't accidental, they were deliberate, as if someone was trying to assess what I had, where I was. I realized then that this wasn't a typical trespasser. This was someone who had the skills to survive in this environment and the patience to wait, watch, and possibly trap me. My stomach turned. My mind flashed through scenarios: confrontation, escape, hiding, improvised weapons. I decided to move, but not toward my truck. Instead, I would descend slightly into a shallow gully, keeping low and out of sight, hoping the darkness and my knowledge of the terrain would give me an advantage. The movement through the brush was slow and deliberate. I kept my rifle ready, scanning constantly. Every shadow seemed alive, every sound amplified. My ears strained to detect human movement versus animal movement. The desert was silent in a way that made every sound ring sharply. After 20 minutes, I reached a small thicket that provided natural cover. I paused, catching my breath, and looked back. My campfire flickered in the distance. No movement. I knew I couldn't stay out here indefinitely. I had to get to my truck or some form of safety before daylight. I waited until the figure, if it was still there, had presumably grown bored or returned to where they came from. Then I moved quickly, silently, using every fold in the terrain, every rock and bush to conceal myself. The wind had shifted again, carrying my scent away from where I thought the person might be. I made it to my truck just as the first hint of dawn touched the horizon. The tires crunched over gravel as I started the engine, heart still racing, muscles tight. I drove slowly back toward the ranger station, scanning the hillsides, watching for any sign of movement. The sun rose fully as I reached the station, casting light on a landscape that only hours before it seemed full of unseen threats. Once I reported what happened, a small team went back to investigate my campsite. They found the footprints fresh and distinct, circling the area. There were no other signs, no campfire, no equipment, no clues about who it had been. The rocks and brush had hidden them well, and whatever they were doing, they had vanished without a trace. I stayed on patrol in that area for weeks after, never seeing anyone, never finding more clues. But I knew, deep down, that someone had been out there, someone skilled, patient, and possibly dangerous. And I knew I would never forget the feeling of being watched in the silent desert night. The way your mind tricks you into imagining every shadow as something alive, yet you know that your senses were telling the truth. It taught me a lesson that no amount of training I've been a park ranger in New Mexico for nearly 8 years, and I thought I'd seen it all. I grew up around hunters and outdoorsmen. My dad was a hunting guide for elk, and I spent most of my childhood hiking through forests and deserts with him. I thought I could read the land, interpret the signs, and anticipate danger before it happened. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what I experienced one late September in the southern stretches of the Gila National Forest. It was a part of the forest I knew well, but that night, it felt alien, like I had crossed into a section of the world that wasn't meant to be touched by people. I started my day like any other. I packed my ranger kit carefully: flashlight, first aid, radio, maps, GPS, spare batteries, a small hunting knife, and my rifle, more as a precaution than anything else. I didn't expect trouble. My patrol route would take me along a series of old logging roads and trails that wound deep into the backcountry. I had a few campsites to check, some trail maintenance to oversee, and reports of trespassers in an area known for illegal hunting. The sun was barely up when I left the ranger station, the sky a pale pink and orange, painting the distant mountains in surreal colors. The air was crisp, tinged with the faint smell of pine and sage. The first part of the patrol was routine. I drove slowly along a gravel road, the tires crunching over loose stones. I passed elk tracks near a small creek, took photos, and logged their GPS coordinates. The forest was quiet, unusually so, as though it had been holding its breath. Birds occasionally called out, and the wind rustled dry leaves across the trail, but there was a stillness I couldn't shake. It was the kind of quiet that made the back of your neck tingle. I reminded myself to focus on the work. By mid-afternoon, I had hiked a couple of miles off the road to inspect an old abandoned ranger cabin. It was nothing remarkable, mostly a crumbling wooden structure, but it had historical significance, so I documented it and took notes for the park records. The sun was moving lower, casting long shadows across the forest floor. As I walked back to my truck, I noticed something unusual, faint footprints in the dirt, newer than the old ones I had tracked earlier. They weren't animal tracks, they were human. They didn't follow a clear path, wandering erratically, almost like whoever made them had been hiding. I didn't see anyone around, but the footprints were fresh. I radioed the station, giving a description of the tracks and their location. They told me to keep an eye out and report if I saw anyone, but they were short on manpower and couldn't send someone immediately. I decided to follow the tracks cautiously, keeping my rifle slung over my shoulder. They led me deeper into the forest, to a section I didn't usually patrol. The trees were denser here, and the underbrush clawed at my pants and boots. The temperature had dropped a few degrees, though the sun was still high enough that frost wasn't a concern. After nearly half an hour, the tracks led me to a small clearing, and that's when I saw it. A campsite, abandoned but recently used. There was a fire pit with ashes still warm, a few empty food wrappers, and a tarp stretched over some branches. It looked like someone had been living here temporarily, moving from spot to spot. I scanned the area, noting that there were no obvious signs of struggle, no litter beyond what I had mentioned, and no visible weapons. Whoever had been here had left in a hurry, or perhaps they were still nearby. As the sun dipped closer to the horizon, I decided to return to my truck and radio in a more detailed report. The forest began to take on a different character as shadows lengthened. Every tree seemed like it had eyes. Every rustle of leaves sounded like someone moving behind me. I told myself repeatedly that it was just the wind or a small animal. My flashlight illuminated the path ahead, the beam cutting through the dimming light, but the darkness beyond felt endless. On the way back, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. Something, or someone, was darting between the trees. I froze, scanning the forest, but there was nothing there. My pulse quickened, and my instinct screamed that I wasn't alone. I called out, using my radio, but no one responded, not surprisingly. I debated turning back to the clearing to investigate, but something told me to stick to the main trail. I kept moving, trying to appear calm, even though every step made me feel more vulnerable. Night fell faster than I expected. By the time I reached my truck, it was almost pitch black. I switched on the engine, but the headlights barely penetrated the thick forest. I decided to drive back to the ranger station using the main road, but my GPS signal started flickering, dropping in and out as I drove. It was a minor annoyance at first, but soon I realized that the road seemed unfamiliar. Trees that shouldn't have been so close to the road pressed in on either side, and I couldn't recognize the landmarks. I stopped the truck, turning off the engine to listen. The silence was deafening. Then I heard it, a low, deliberate snapping of twigs coming from the left side of the road. I grabbed my rifle, flipping the safety off. The sound moved closer, pacing me. It wasn't constant, but intermittent, like whoever or whatever was out there was testing me, letting me know it was aware of my presence. My rational mind screamed that it was likely another hiker or hunter, but every instinct in my body told me otherwise. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand on end. I started the truck and drove slowly forward, keeping the beam of the headlights sweeping across the trees. The sound followed me, always just at the edge of visibility. At one point, I saw a shadow move across the road, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. My heart pounded and sweat dripped down my neck despite the chill in the air. I knew I had to get back to the station before I made a fatal mistake. Eventually, I found a small pull-off and stopped again. I turned off the headlights and listened. The snapping had stopped. The silence returned, almost heavier than before. I debated staying put until first light, but staying in my truck in the middle of an unfamiliar part of the forest seemed just as dangerous. I decided to start walking, trusting that I would eventually reach the main road. I left my truck parked, rifle in hand, moving as quietly as possible, scanning constantly. Hours passed. Every shadow seemed to shift, every sound magnified in the night. I moved slowly, carefully, but fatigue began to set in. My legs ached, my hands trembled, and the thought of being completely lost in the forest at night pressed on my mind like a weight. Then I saw something ahead, a faint glow flickering in the distance. Relief surged through me. It was either a campsite or some other vehicle. I moved cautiously toward it. As I approached, I realized it was my truck. Somehow, without me noticing, I had walked in a large circle and returned to the pull-off. It was parked exactly where I left it, untouched. I let out a long breath, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. I climbed inside, locking the doors. I decided to wait until sunrise before attempting to drive out. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the forest, every rustle of leaves, kept me on edge. I sat in my truck, rifle across my lap, flashlight ready, heart hammering in my chest. At some point, I realized the faint sound of footsteps had returned, circling the truck. Whoever, or whatever, was out there was still nearby, waiting. I stayed completely still, barely breathing, until the first rays of dawn began to filter through the trees. When light finally broke, I carefully unlocked the doors and started the truck. The forest looked completely ordinary in the morning, nothing like the oppressive, threatening darkness of the night before. I drove slowly back toward the ranger station, scanning constantly. I reported the incident in detail, but without evidence. It became just another unexplained case. The tracks, the campsite, the sounds, nothing tangible remained. The experience stayed with me for weeks. I double-checked patrol routes, upgraded my radio, and started carrying extra supplies. I realized that the forest, no matter how familiar, could become something entirely unknown in the right conditions. Humans are predictable. Nature is not. And in those moments when the darkness stretches and hides everything, fear isn't just an emotion, it's a tool. Years later, I can drive those same roads, walk the same trails, and feel safe again. But I never forget that night, because it taught me a lesson I hadn't learned in my training. No matter how experienced you are, the forest can always surprise you. And sometimes it doesn't reveal its secrets, not to keep you from understanding, but to keep you alive. I have been a park ranger in the southwestern United States for more than a decade, and I have spent hundreds of nights alone in the wilderness, sleeping under canvas tents, metal roofs, and the open sky. I know every sound a desert wind can make, every snap of a branch, every distant howl of a coyote, every small movement of nocturnal creatures. Most nights are quiet, almost soothing in their monotony, but some nights stick in your memory, pressing against it, the way a heavy stone sinks into soft sand and refuses to move. One night like that, I realized how small a human feels in the vastness of uninhabited land, how easily fear can grow when there is no one else to witness it. That night started like any other. It was early October in southern New Mexico, a time when the desert heat softens into tolerable warmth, but the nights drop suddenly, like a hammer to the chest. I had been on patrol all day, walking the trails that wind between mesas and arroyos. checking campsites for illegal fires, and ensuring the wildlife remained undisturbed. The sun had been merciless, burning the backs of my neck and shoulders despite the wide brim of my hat. By late afternoon, I was exhausted and covered in a fine layer of dust. My truck was parked near a small campground that rarely sees visitors this late in the season. Most tourists leave by mid-September, so I knew I would probably have the place to myself for the night. I set up my tent near a small copse of junipers, high enough that I could see the lights of the nearest town flicker faintly on the horizon. The desert was quiet in a way that can make you feel dizzy if you're not used to it. The silence of absence, of empty space, not a pause between sounds, but a complete vacuum. I lit my camp stove to cook some beans and rice for dinner, the smell mingling with the sharp scent of juniper and sagebrush. I ate slowly, appreciating the simplicity of the meal and the rare calm of solitude. The sun slipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the canyon floor, and the temperature plummeted. The cold didn't surprise me. I was used to it. What did surprise me, though, was how sharply the stillness of the night could feel alive, like someone or something was watching me from just beyond the firelight. After dinner, I packed away my stove, wrapped myself in a thick sleeping bag, and lay down to read by the light of my headlamp. That's when I first heard it, a rustling. Not the familiar scuff of a rodent in the dry brush or the deliberate crunch of a distant deer, but something heavier, deliberate, moving closer. My first thought was that it could be a mountain lion. They are common in the area and often hunt at night. But I've been close enough to them to know their approach. They are smooth, quiet, calculating. This sound was different. It had rhythm, like something large walking on uneven terrain, brushing against rocks and shrubs, its weight unsteady but determined. I froze, every nerve in my body tightening. I knew the desert, I knew its sound, but this did not belong. I stayed still, straining my ears, and the rustling stopped. I waited. Nothing. Just the wind rattling the juniper needles. I told myself I was imagining it. Probably a deer, a javelina, something curious. But deep down, a part of me did not believe that. Now when the sound had been so deliberate, so purposeful, I flicked my flashlight on, scanning the perimeter of my campsite, but the beam caught nothing. Only shadows. Only darkness. I set the light to a dim red, careful not to waste battery, and went to sleep, though the sleep was uneasy. Hours passed, though I do not know how many, because time has no real meaning when you are lying awake in the desert night, counting the faint glow of stars. That's when I heard it again, this time closer, and I knew it was coming toward me. I rolled quietly onto my side and reached for my sidearm. I carry a pistol when I patrol alone at night. Not because I expect trouble, but because the desert has a way of throwing unexpected dangers at you. Coyotes, mountain lions, and humans who are desperate or reckless. My hands were steady, my breath shallow. The rustling moved past my camp, circling, stopping, moving again. I sat up slowly, trying to see through the dense shadows. My headlamp's beam barely reached past the trees, but I caught something, a movement at the very edge of its reach. It was large, taller than a man, moving with an awkward gait. I froze. My mind raced. It could be a person. That was the scariest thought, because people in these situations are unpredictable. In theory, someone hiking at night in a remote desert park should be prepared. In reality, people come here for all sorts of reasons, and some of them are dangerous. I debated my options. Shout? Run? Wait? I stayed still. The rustling stopped again, almost as if the presence sensed my awareness. The silence stretched long enough that my ears hurt, and then I heard a faint sound that made my stomach sink, a low, wet coughing like someone struggling with something internal or maybe choking. It was human, definitely human. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it at the spot where I thought the sound came from. There was a figure, hunched over, partially hidden by a juniper. My pulse hammered in my ears, but I forced myself to stay calm. The figure did not move, not immediately. I called out, my voice low but firm, "Hey, are you okay?" No response, only the cough, rasping and uneven. I set down my backpack and grabbed my first aid kit. Approaching the figure, I saw that it was a man, ragged, dirty and covered in scratches. His clothes were torn, his face bloodied. I immediately recognized that he was in bad shape. He looked at me, eyes wild, scared. He was dehydrated, probably hadn't had food or water in at least a day, maybe more. I motioned for him to stay still while I assessed him. He had a deep cut along his forearm, and his ankle was swollen, likely broken. I worked carefully to clean the wound and apply a makeshift bandage, while keeping my flashlight steady. He didn't speak, just watched me with wide eyes, occasionally coughing. I gave him some water, forced him to drink slowly, and checked the surrounding area. No one else. No tracks that I could see besides his. It became clear that he had been wandering the desert for a long time. He told me nothing. He couldn't, or he wouldn't, but the state of his clothes, the blisters on his feet, the sunburn, the exhaustion, it spoke volumes. I radioed for backup, giving them coordinates, describing the situation, and requesting a medevac. They told me it would take time for a helicopter to arrive because of wind conditions and low visibility in the canyon. That meant I had to stay with him all night. I set up a temporary shelter using my tent and a spare tarp to block the wind and kept him warm with my emergency blankets. The night was long, the wind howling through the juniper branches, carrying a strange, hollow sound over the desert floor. I stayed alert, listening, scanning the area with my flashlight, ensuring that no other danger approached. Every rustle made my heart jump. I tried to keep him calm, but he was barely conscious, murmuring incoherently at times, coughing up blood. By morning, the first helicopter arrived. I helped him onto a stretcher, securing him for extraction. The medics took over, asking me questions, taking notes. He was barely able to speak, but they confirmed he would survive with treatment. As they lifted him into the air, I looked at the canyon floor where he had been found. No tracks led back to the nearest trail. It was as if he had appeared from nowhere. Later, at the ranger station, I went over the events in my mind. I realized that what had scared me the most wasn't the figure itself, nor the danger, nor the isolation. It was the uncertainty. The desert can hide people for hours, days even, and those who are unprepared can vanish completely. That night had reminded me how vast, how indifferent, and how dangerous the wilderness truly is. I thought about how easily someone could disappear, unseen and unheard, and how fragile human life can be when confronted with it. I never learned exactly how he ended up there, lost and injured, but I remembered his eyes, wide and terrified, and the sound of his cough echoing in the canyon. It was a night that reaffirmed my respect for the desert, for the wilderness, and for the responsibility I carry as a park ranger. It was a night I would never forget. From then on, every night on patrol, I double-checked my routes, my supplies, and my communication equipment. The desert had shown me that no matter how experienced you are, it can still surprise you. It is easy to underestimate the vastness of empty land, to assume that the rules of the city or the trails apply. They do not. Survival, awareness, and patience are everything. And sometimes, the scariest moments are not the ones with immediate danger, but those where you realize just how close you are to it, and how small you are against the enormity of the wilderness. I've been a park ranger for almost 10 years now, mostly in the southwestern deserts and highlands. I like the work. It's honest, straightforward, and it forces you to pay attention. Out here, mistakes are expensive, and sometimes they can be deadly. But one summer in particular sticks with me because it taught me something I still carry today. You never really know the wilderness until it pushes back. It started in early June. I'd been assigned to a remote section of public land in southern New Mexico, a place most visitors don't reach, even on purpose. It's scrubland, rocky mesas, and narrow canyons, with a few pockets of forest where junipers and pinyon pines grow thick. The nearest town is a good 2 hours away by dirt road, and even then, cell service is spotty at best. It was the kind of place where if something went wrong, you had to rely on your own wits. I arrived around mid-morning, my truck loaded with standard ranger gear, water, rations, first aid, extra gas, and tools for marking trails and checking on wildlife. The plan was to do a week-long patrol, check ranger stations, inspect a few water sources, and monitor wildlife reports from local hunters. There have been whispers about illegal hunting activity in the area, but nothing confirmed. That alone made me tense because I knew the terrain made it easy for someone to move unseen. The first day was quiet. I followed a dirt track that snaked between mesas, stopping occasionally to check a water hole or a trail camera. The sun was brutal, and by mid-afternoon, the sweat had soaked through my shirt. The wind kicked up dust, scraping against my skin, but there were no other humans in sight. I like it that way most of the time. Silence and solitude are comforting, at least until they aren't. I set up camp that night in a small natural clearing by a dry wash. I chose it because it gave a good view of the surrounding hills, and I could see anyone coming from a distance. I started a small fire, nothing too big, and pulled out my stove to make dinner. Standard trail food for me, canned beans, rice, and some jerky, but I had packed a little extra. Instant coffee, tortillas, and a small packet of powdered cheese. Nothing fancy, but enough to feel human in the middle of nowhere. By around 9 p.m., the sun had disappeared entirely behind the mesa walls, and the canyon grew dark quickly. I relied on my headlamp for any small tasks near camp. That's when I noticed something unusual. A faint crunch of rocks, distant but deliberate, came from the ridge behind me. At first, I froze, thinking it was a coyote or some other desert animal, but the rhythm didn't match any natural wildlife. It was slow, steady, deliberate, like someone was walking carefully to avoid snapping branches. I scanned the ridge with my flashlight. Nothing. The darkness is thick out there, almost tactile. My first instinct was caution, but curiosity, dangerous as it is, made me try to track the sound. I slowly moved toward the direction of the noise, keeping low and making sure my fire and camp were visible from the clearing in case I had to retreat. Nothing. The wind shifted, carrying the sound away, and eventually it faded. I told myself it was probably nothing, a trick of the wind, a small animal. But my stomach tightened in ways that only come when you know something isn't quite right. I stayed up longer than usual that night, pacing the perimeter of my camp with my flashlight. Each small sound, the rustle of branches, the scuttle of small animals, the wind against rocks, made my pulse quicken. It was the kind of alertness that doesn't leave you until dawn, the kind that teaches you patience and paranoia at the same time. I finally crawled into my sleeping bag around 2 a.m., not entirely comfortable, but exhausted. Morning brought relief in the form of daylight, but also brought signs that made my blood run cold. Human tracks, not far from my camp. Fresh footprints led around the clearing and disappeared toward the canyon floor. No packs, no vehicles, just bare feet or light shoes. I crouched low and studied them. They were recent, not an animal, not a kid playing. Someone had been near my camp while I slept. I felt a mix of fear and responsibility. I had to stay calm. I spent the morning checking my gear, packing carefully, and making sure I had escape routes planned if needed. I didn't want to confront anyone. Not yet. Rangers survive by observation, not heroics. I mapped my route carefully and left subtle markers to note the direction the tracks had gone. The next few days were tense. Every ridge, every bend in the wash, I checked for signs. Footprints, broken branches, discarded cans, tire tracks. I found a few things, small campsites hidden under overhangs, charred wood from a fire, and shallow pits dug near waterholes. Someone was moving through the area, hiding from authorities, and I was not supposed to find them. I had radioed and occasional updates, vague enough to avoid tipping my hand, but detailed enough that dispatch knew I was aware of unusual activity. The hardest part was the isolation. Out there, even basic human contact disappears. My radio only worked intermittently, and by the third day, I realized the person, if it was a person, was following a similar route, always staying just beyond my line of sight. I could sense movement, disturbed dirt, animal tracks suddenly changing direction, distant echoes of shifting rocks. It was maddening. You start questioning what's real and what's imagination. But I knew better. I've worked long enough in the backcountry to understand that your senses, when honed and focused, are usually correct. Something was out there, moving, watching, and waiting. I had to make a decision. Continue the patrol and risk running into whoever it was, or retreat to a safer, more populated area and let them continue unchecked. But my duty was clear. If I left, it could mean illegal hunters causing irreversible damage to the wildlife. I packed extra water, triple-checked my rifle, not that I wanted to use it, and decided to follow the tracks discreetly. The fourth day is when the real confrontation happened, though not the kind most people imagine. I've been following faint tracks along a steep canyon ridge, careful not to leave my own prints or make noise. The sun was low, casting long shadows, and I spotted a small campsite tucked behind boulders. Fresh fire, a few empty cans, and makeshift bedding. I crouched low, observing. The person had made no effort to conceal their presence entirely, but they hadn't expected anyone to be there. I stayed out of sight, noting their patterns. They were careful, methodical. Not just hunting, but organized. I realized then that this wasn't some random teenager. This was someone experienced in moving through the wilderness without leaving obvious traces. That realization chilled me. Instead of approaching, I took careful notes and mapped their location. Then I left a subtle marker near my camp to ensure I could find my own way back if needed. I retreated slowly, climbing the ridge and avoiding dry branches that might snap underfoot. I didn't speak to anyone, didn't make a sound. By the time I reached a point where I could radio dispatch with a weak signal, I was shaken but calm. I gave them coordinates, describing the camp and the tracks. They told me to maintain observation until law enforcement arrived. The fifth day was tense. I stayed on higher ground, watching from a distance, careful not to be seen. By mid-afternoon, I saw vehicles coming from the main dirt road below, 2 of them kicking up dust. Rangers and wildlife officers. I signaled with a mirror from the ridge. The person at the hidden campsite must have seen the dust as well, because they began breaking down their camp, moving quickly but cautiously. I stayed high, silent, observing. It was surreal, seeing someone else moving like a ghost through the wilderness for days. And now, with law enforcement closing in, the endgame had begun. The individual tried to escape down a narrow wash, but the rangers had blocked other routes. Within an hour, the person was apprehended. No dramatic chase, no gunfire, just careful coordination, patience, and observation. The relief hit me in waves, sharp and physical. After it was over, I walked through the area. The campsite looked ordinary now, discarded cans, flattened grass. But the tension, the thought of someone moving so deliberately unseen, lingered in my mind. It reminded me why I take my job seriously. The wilderness isn't kind, and people who underestimate it or think they can manipulate it for selfish gain can become dangerous. But it's also why careful observation, patience, and preparation can save you. That week taught me a lot about the desert, about patience, about fear, and about responsibility. I returned to my usual routes after that, but I never forgot those tracks, the empty campsite behind boulders, or the feeling of someone watching me without ever being seen. It reinforced the idea that the wilderness is neutral. It doesn't care who you are, what your intentions are, or whether you think you're invisible. It rewards those who respect it and punishes carelessness or arrogance. By the time I left that section of the park, everything was I've been a park ranger in the Southwest for nearly a decade. I know these lands like the back of my hand. The rocky outcrops, the hidden washes, the brushy thickets that hide animals and secrets alike. Most of the time, it's quiet work. A lot of driving, patrolling trails, checking campers' permits, and occasionally pulling someone out of a risky situation. But the desert and the mountains carry a weight. And sometimes that weight shows itself in ways you can't fully prepare for. One spring, early April, I was assigned to a backcountry patrol deep in southern New Mexico, a stretch of desert foothills and high juniper forests that are rarely traveled. My beat was a 25-mile loop of old fire roads, cut through valleys and mesas. This area sees little human traffic outside of hunters during elk season, but the spring brings hikers, off-road vehicles, and the occasional lost camper. That morning, I loaded my truck with supplies, water, first aid kits, maps, radios, extra gas, and enough food to last 2 days, and set off just as the sun was rising. The drive-in was long, rocky, and exhausting. Every mile into the backcountry seemed to pull me further from the world I knew. By the time I reached the first patrol point, I was already sweating, my uniform sticking to me in the dry heat. I checked the ranger cabin at the edge of the trailhead, dusting the counters and checking the radios. There hadn't been any reports of trouble, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be. I drove deeper into the canyon country, where the roads became little more than dirt tracks. My truck bounced over rocks and ruts. At one point, I had to get out and walk it over a particularly tricky pass, scanning for loose rocks and hidden gullies. The higher I went, the quieter it became. The desert was alive with birds and insects, but it was a sharp, tense sort of life. It felt like everything was watching, not necessarily me, but the movements of someone or something unfamiliar. Around midday, I stopped at a small spring tucked into a rocky alcove. I took off my hat and drank, letting the cool water hit my throat. While resting, I scanned the surrounding terrain. From this vantage point, I could see the winding road disappearing into the distance, flanked by low cliffs and scrub. Nothing unusual at first glance. But then I noticed the tracks. Not animal tracks. I see plenty of elk and deer tracks, but human tracks, fresh, heading deeper into the canyon. They were large boots, the kind hunters wear. Strange, because the season had been closed for months. Curiosity gnawed at me, but I also felt a thread of caution. I followed the tracks for a few hundred feet, staying close to the rocks and brush so I could observe without being obvious. The tracks led to a small clearing where I found a makeshift campsite, a lean-to made of branches and a fire pit still warm. Someone had been here very recently. There were signs of cooking, a cast iron pan and charred remains, but no one in sight. The thought of a lost or injured camper came first to mind, but the lack of food wrappers, tents, or personal items made me uneasy. I marked the location in my GPS and continued the patrol, keeping an eye out. As the day passed, the tracks seemed to shadow me. I would spot fresh boot prints crossing the trails I was patrolling. I never saw the person, only evidence of their presence. By mid-afternoon, I started to feel uneasy. This was wilderness, but not the type where people wandered unnoticed. It was remote, yes, but in New Mexico, even the wilderness is predictable. Patterns exist. Game move along ridges. Water holes attract visitors. These movements, these tracks were deliberate. As the sun began its descent, I decided to set up camp near a small canyon rim. I parked the truck in a natural alcove, out of sight from the main trail, and began setting up my tent. While unpacking, I noticed something strange. The firewood I'd collected had been scattered overnight, as if someone had rifled through it. I knew I hadn't touched it, because I'd been meticulous about where I placed each log. My stomach tightened. Night in the desert is sudden. The temperature drops quickly, and darkness falls faster than in other places. By the time I'd finished preparing a simple meal, it was black outside. The only light came from my campfire and the faint glow of my headlamp. I tried to shake the unease, reminding myself that I was experienced, that the desert wasn't inherently dangerous if you respected it. But something felt off. The track from earlier were still in my mind. Someone, or something, was out there, possibly nearby. I went over my equipment again, checking my radio and flashlight, making sure my truck keys were within reach. My rifle, which I always carried, rested beside me. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The wind whispered through the rocks, carrying a sharp, dry scent of desert sage. I tried to focus on eating, but every rustle of leaves or shifting of rocks made me tense. Around 9 p.m., a sound came, a faint movement just beyond the reach of my firelight. At first, I thought it was a coyote or a fox, which were common, but the steps were heavier, deliberate. I froze, listening. The sound of boots crunching gravel was unmistakable. It circled my camp, slow and cautious, as if someone was testing me. My pulse raced, but I stayed still, breathing quietly. I waited. The sound stopped, and the night returned to its eerie silence. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it, that the desert played tricks in the dark. But I knew better. I'd seen the prints, felt the presence. Something was out there, and it wasn't a regular hiker or camper. I made a decision to stay put. Moving now could reveal my position. I gathered more firewood and built the fire higher, creating a circle of light. I kept my rifle nearby, scanning the edges of the firelight with my headlamp, tracing the shadows over rocks and brush. Hours passed. Every slight noise made my body tense. My mind ran through scenarios. Lost hunters, vandals, or worse. Around 2 a.m., the movements returned. This time, I caught a glimpse, a silhouette slipping behind a boulder half a mile away. Not running, not hurried, just observing. I didn't try to approach. My instincts screamed at me to remain cautious, to let whoever it was reveal themselves. I stayed awake, every sense alert, until dawn. When the first light crested the canyon rim, I began a careful survey of my surroundings. The fire had died down, leaving only smoldering embers. The tracks were fresh. They led away from my camp, back toward the road. Whoever had been watching me had left in the night. I felt relief, but also an unease that lingered. I packed up and continued the patrol, keeping an eye on the tracks. Over the next 2 days, I tracked the movements as best I could. The prints were inconsistent, disappearing and reappearing, as if the person was using the terrain to hide. I reported everything to dispatch, including the locations of the campsites and the strange tracks. Other rangers joined me toward the end of my shift, combing the area for evidence. We found more signs, food scraps, footprints, and areas where someone had clearly tried to remain unseen. Nothing violent, but deliberate. The final day of the patrol, I returned to the original spring where I'd first seen the tracks. The campsite was gone, the area quiet. I scanned the surroundings carefully. Then I noticed something I had missed. Small pieces of torn clothing snagged on the brush, leading further into a nearby canyon. Following them cautiously, I discovered a hidden cave behind a rock face. Inside, it was clear someone had been living there recently. Makeshift bedding, a few cans of food, and a crude fire pit. The person had clearly been trying to avoid being seen. I documented everything and left it for authorities to handle. Later, we learned that a man had been living illegally in the wilderness for weeks, moving stealthily and avoiding contact. He wasn't dangerous in a criminal sense. He was just desperate, surviving in the desert without permission. But the experience left me shaken. I realized how vulnerable even an experienced ranger can be when confronted with another human in the backcountry, someone who knows how to hide and move unseen. Returning to my station, I felt the weight of those nights. The desert had not changed, but my perception of it had. It was quiet, harsh, and beautiful, but it held dangers that weren't always obvious. You could be alert, experienced, and cautious, but the presence of another human, moving silently, could unsettle even the most seasoned ranger. I kept my rifle closer after that, checked my equipment twice as often, and never dismissed a track or movement, no matter how small. The story didn't have a dramatic confrontation, no violence, no supernatural terror. It ended in resolution because the situation was resolved practically. The man was found, the tracks accounted for, and the area made safe for visitors. But the fear, the subtle, insidious tension of knowing someone could be watching you in the wilderness, stayed with me. That is the kind of fear that doesn't need ghosts or monsters. It's real, and it's enough to keep you awake at night, listening to the desert. I had been a park ranger for close to 8 years at that point, mostly in the southern high desert regions of New Mexico. I'd grown up around the outdoors, but working in a national park gave a whole new layer of responsibility to everything you thought you knew about nature. Being a ranger wasn't just about patrolling trails or checking permits. It was about understanding how people interacted with wild spaces and how those spaces could turn on someone in ways you never expected. I'd had my share of tense encounters with wildlife, a few lost hikers, even a small fire I had to help contain, but nothing prepared me for the night that came like a slow burn into something much darker than I'd imagined. It started on a late August afternoon. I had been doing a routine patrol along the southern edge of the park, where the pinyon pine mixed with juniper and the mesas rolled out into low, jagged hills. The air was dry, but not unbearably hot. The sun was setting low, painting the sky in shades of copper and violet. I had my truck parked near a small dirt trail that led down to a seldom-used campsite near a shallow creek. My orders were simple: check the trails for debris, make sure the signage was intact, and ensure that no campers had wandered into the more dangerous sections, which included some old mining shafts. As I drove slowly down the dirt path, the tires crunching over the loose gravel, I noticed something unusual. There were footprints along the soft earth near the edge of the trail. At first, I assumed it was some hikers, maybe someone who had taken a wrong turn, but the tracks were odd. They weren't clustered or scattered as I would expect from a group. They were single, and the stride was longer than usual, almost predatory in its rhythm. My stomach tensed slightly. It's not that I was afraid. I've spent enough nights in the backcountry to know fear is useful if it keeps you alert. But the tracks carried a weight to them, like they belonged to someone or something who wasn't supposed to be there. I stepped out of the truck and crouched by the edge of the trail, flashlight in hand. The fading sunlight made the shadows of the trees stretch long and sinister, but the tracks were clear. Bare footprints. I scanned the surrounding brush and saw nothing. I had my radio on, and I called in the observation to the small station back at the ranger outpost, noting that I might be dealing with a trespasser. The response was calm, almost dismissive. People wandered, but my instincts were screaming otherwise. I continued down the trail, moving slowly, scanning every shadow, every rustle. By the time I reached the small creek, the last light was gone, and the desert darkness had settled over the hills like a blanket. The air cooled quickly, and I could hear the faint wind rattling through the juniper. I set up my small camp just off the trail, not because I intended to stay the night, but because I wanted a vantage point. I unpacked a small stove, boiled some water, and made myself a simple dinner. The smell of coffee and canned beans filled the air around my little fire. Around 9 p.m., I heard it, a distant snapping of twigs, not the kind you get from deer or rabbits. This was heavier, deliberate. My heart rate spiked. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the terrain. The darkness was thick, and the beam cut only a few yards ahead. The sound stopped. Then it started again, this time closer, circling the camp slowly. I didn't panic. Panicking is useless. I checked my sidearm, standard issue, small caliber, but enough to keep an intruder at bay. My mind raced through possibilities. Lost hiker, someone fishing illegally, maybe even someone dangerous who had decided this was a good place to camp illegally. The thought made my stomach knot. I decided to stay put and observe. Every sound in the desert seemed amplified at night. The whisper of the wind through the rocks, the low call of an owl, the distant howl of coyotes. But there was something else, a human-like rhythm, the careful, quiet steps that didn't match the animals. Hours passed. I stayed vigilant, never letting the flashlight beam wander too far from the shadows. Then I noticed another anomaly. The fire itself began behaving oddly. I would poke it, watch the flames, then glance up at the dark trees, and it seemed like a shadow moved against the natural flow of the light. Always on the edge of the firelight, never fully revealing itself. Around midnight, the temperature dropped sharply. The desert can do that. Hot during the day, freezing at night, but this cold carried a different weight. It wasn't just the air. It was the sensation of being watched, of something methodically assessing you from the darkness. I tightened my jacket and scanned again. Nothing, but the footprints I had seen earlier were now closer. They led up to my campfire and stopped. I stayed absolutely still, listening. The sound of breathing is easy to identify at night if you're paying attention. My own breaths came out in visible puffs. Then I heard it, soft, deliberate, human breathing, steady and low, somewhere just beyond the firelight. My hand rested on my sidearm, ready, but I didn't move. The desert can be full of illusions at night. Maybe it was a coyote, maybe a branch swaying. But my gut told me otherwise. I waited. Minutes felt like hours. Then the sound of movement shifted, retreating, circling my camp again. Whoever, or whatever, it was, they were deliberate, testing me. I realized then that the presence was calculating. They weren't lost. They weren't careless. They were surveying, waiting for something. I felt a cold realization wash over me. This wasn't just a random intruder. By 2 a.m., I made a decision. Staying meant risk. Leaving meant navigating in the dark with an unseen entity nearby. I grabbed my backpack, made sure my radio was functioning, and began slowly walking along the creek path back to my truck. Every step was measured. My ears strained to catch the slightest sound. The faint crunch of gravel behind me made my pulse quicken. I paused and the sound stopped. I moved again, slower now, the beam of my flashlight barely illuminating the ground. When I finally reached the truck, the tracks were gone. No prints in the soft sand, no disturbance in the dirt. Nothing. It was as if whoever had been following me vanished. My hand was shaking as I started the engine and drove back toward the ranger station. The radio squawked with routine updates, people reporting minor issues, nothing like what I had experienced. Back at the station, I filed my report in detail, noting every observation, footprints, sounds, the pattern of movement. The older rangers listened quietly, nodding, some exchanging glances. One finally said, "Desert's full of people and animals you don't notice until they want to be noticed. Don't let it eat at you." But I knew it wasn't just the desert. That night had been something different. The next day, I returned to the area with a small team. We combed the trail, the creek, the surrounding hills. No tracks, no signs, no trace of anything unusual except for the normal wildlife and the faint impressions of my own campfire. It was as if the night had erased itself entirely, leaving only memory. Weeks later, I realized something else. My radio recordings from that night captured faint sounds that I hadn't noticed live, low, rhythmic breathing, footsteps that didn't match any human gait, pauses and retreats. It was methodical, deliberate. It was proof that I hadn't imagined the presence. And that realization brought a weight with it. There are people who hunt the backcountry at night, and they don't just wander, they watch, they track, they wait. The thought of encountering that again made me wary, even after years of patrolling the park. I never identified who or what it was. No missing persons, no reports of trespassers. I do know one thing, though. The desert hides its dangers well. It doesn't scream or show itself like stories of the supernatural. It's quiet, patient, and it can follow without warning. Every time I patrol that section of the park now, I pay attention to the rhythm of the ground, the sound of the wind through the trees, the way shadows bend in the night. Because one thing I learned is that nature isn't just alive, it can be aware in the most human sense, and sometimes so are the people who walk it when they shouldn't. That night stayed with me, a lesson I carry in every step I take in the backcountry. You can be trained, experienced, cautious, and still be utterly vulnerable. The world doesn't need to be supernatural to terrify you. The real terror comes from the ordinary. People who don't belong where they are, and the quiet, unyielding knowledge that they are watching, waiting, calculating, and that the desert is patient enough to let them. I've worked as a park ranger in the southwestern United States for almost a decade now. The job isn't glamorous. Most people think it's just walking trails, handing out brochures, and occasionally telling campers to put their fire out. But anyone who's spent time alone in the backcountry knows it's different. Out there, miles from any paved road, the quiet is alive in ways most people never notice. And sometimes that quiet can get under your skin, make you question things you shouldn't, even in a place that's completely real, completely tangible. This particular story happened in the Gila National Forest, deep in southern New Mexico. I had been assigned a week-long solo patrol in the more remote northern section, a stretch of land dominated by ponderosa pines, jagged canyons, and stretches of desert scrub. It's the kind of place where cell service doesn't exist, and GPS units often decide to die halfway up a slope. It's beautiful, but it's also unforgiving if you make a mistake. I set out early in the morning, driving a ranger truck over dirt roads so narrow that one wrong move could send you sliding down a rocky embankment. My truck was stocked with the usual food, water, maps, first aid, radios, a spare set of clothes, and my rifle, which I usually hoped I'd never have to use. I parked near a trailhead that led to a high ridge where the forest was thickest, and I began my patrol on foot, carrying a backpack heavy with supplies. The air was crisp and dry, the scent of pine resin strong, and I could hear the distant sound of stream cutting through the rocks below. By late afternoon, I had covered several miles of rugged terrain, checking for signs of illegal hunting, off-trail hikers, and any hazards that might threaten the forest or its visitors. As I reached a small clearing with a makeshift campsite tucked between two large junipers, I paused. The fire pit was cold, and the remnants of a small, hastily abandoned campsite were scattered around. A tin can, a crumpled sleeping bag, and a pair of muddy boots. The area looked as if someone had left in a hurry. That didn't immediately alarm me. Hikers often did this, but I made a mental note to check back later. Something about the arrangement felt off, but I shrugged it off. It wasn't unusual for someone to leave a campsite messy. I continued hiking, descending into a canyon where the sun dipped lower and shadows began stretching long across the rocks. That's when the wind picked up and the forest around me went quiet, almost too quiet. Normally, the desert is alive with sound in the evening. The chirping of crickets, the rustle of small animals, the distant calls of hawks returning to roost. But this canyon felt dead. I stopped, listening carefully. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Even the wind seemed muted. My instincts kicked in. I've learned to trust them after years of walking alone in the backcountry. There's a difference between normal silence and the kind that's too deliberate, the kind that makes you feel like you're being watched without actually seeing anything. I moved cautiously, keeping my eyes on every ridge and every shadow. The sun was now a red smear behind the mountains, and twilight was descending fast. I had to make a decision. I could either turn back to my truck before dark, or I could push ahead to reach the ridge I had planned to camp on. I chose the latter. I didn't like leaving things unfinished, and I also wanted to get the full patrol done before nightfall. That decision would haunt me. As the light faded, I reached a steep, narrow section of the trail. Loose rocks crunched underfoot, and I had to crouch at points to pass under overhanging cliffs. My headlamp was off because I wanted to save batteries, relying on the last bits of twilight. That's when I noticed the first strange thing. Footprints. Not mine, and not from an animal. They were boot prints, relatively fresh, heading in the same direction as me, but irregular, as if the person had been stumbling or walking hurriedly. I slowed, scanning the terrain. The prints looked human, but there was no one in sight. I checked my radio. No signal. Typical for that area. I took a deep breath and told myself it was probably just another hiker or hunter. But I made a mental note to be cautious. By the time I reached the top of the ridge, it was fully dark. I set up camp in a small flat area just off the trail, surrounded by tall pines. I built a small fire and cooked my dinner, a simple ration of pasta with canned sauce. But I barely touched it. My eyes kept scanning the forest edge. The wind had picked up again, whistling through the pines in a way that sounded almost like whispers. I checked my surroundings repeatedly, circling the campsite, shining my flashlight along the tree line. The footprints I had seen earlier were nowhere to be found. That should have reassured me, but it didn't. After eating, I cleaned up and tucked away all my supplies. I knew from experience that even animals could be bold if they smelled food. I decided to stay awake a bit, keeping the fire alive, listening. And that's when I first heard it, a low, irregular snapping of twigs coming from somewhere uphill. Not close, but not far either. I froze, listening. The snapping continued, moving slowly closer. It didn't sound like a deer or a coyote. The rhythm was wrong, uneven, deliberate. My heart rate went up. I gripped my rifle, checking the safety, and focused the beam of my flashlight on the darkness beyond the firelight. Nothing. The snapping stopped. I waited. Then it started again, now coming from multiple directions, faint but unmistakable. I knew I had to stay calm. I'm trained for situations like this, but training doesn't stop your body from reacting. Adrenaline pumped through my veins as I scanned every shadow. The forest seemed to lean in, pressing around me, dark and endless. I considered hiking down to the truck, but descending in darkness on that narrow, rocky trail would be even more dangerous. I decided to wait until first light. Hours passed. I stayed awake, listening, eyes never leaving the tree line. The snapping didn't stop, though it seemed to ebb and flow. At one point, I thought I saw a faint movement between the trees, just a shape, but when I swung the flashlight there, nothing was there. I knew better than to let my imagination run wild, but my mind couldn't help it. Every sound was amplified in the night. A branch falling, the wind rattling pine needles, even the distant call of an owl. All of it was normal, all of it somehow terrifying in the context of isolation. I didn't sleep at all. By 4 a.m., the eastern horizon began to lighten, and the snapping noises had stopped entirely. I broke camp, packed my gear, and started down the trail cautiously. In the first light of dawn, the forest transformed. Shadows retreated, the colors of pine and rocks sharpened, and the sounds of wildlife returned. It was almost anticlimactic, except for the faint imprint of the boot prints I'd seen the night before, now visible in the soft dirt near the campsite. And there was something else, tracks that weren't there before, overlapping mine in strange patterns, as if someone or something had walked through while I slept. The prints ended abruptly halfway down the trail, and there was no sign of where they went. No drag marks, no evidence of a vehicle, no signs of a person leaving. It was as if they had just vanished. I kept moving, alert but calm, eventually making it back to my truck. I radioed the main station to check in, noting the unusual campsite I had seen the previous afternoon. They thanked me and logged the information, nothing more. I drove out slowly, glancing into the dense forest around me, feeling eyes on me even though I knew there was no one there. The whole drive back to the ranger station was tense, each shadow seeming too dark, each sound too sharp. By the time I reached the paved road, the sun was fully up, warming the desert floor, and the normal world felt restored. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't been entirely alone. Back at the station, I filed my report. Campers occasionally reported missing gear, abandoned trails, or strange noises, but nothing concrete. I kept the photos of the boot prints and sketches of the campsite in my personal log. Other rangers told me I probably just encountered a transient camper, a hunter, or even someone trying to hide. Maybe they were right. But the tracks that appeared and vanished overnight, and the strange feeling of being watched while I slept, stayed with me. It wasn't supernatural, just human, but humans could be unpredictable, desperate, and dangerous, especially in the isolation of the backcountry. Weeks later, a search team was called for a hiker who had gone missing in the same area. When I helped them review the terrain, I noticed the same type of footprints I'd seen. They didn't lead to the missing hiker, and they didn't lead anywhere at all. It was a reminder that the backcountry has its own rules, its own hazards. People vanish, trails deceive, and in the dark, even the most ordinary forest can feel like a trap. It's not monsters or ghosts. It's just the real world, stripped of civilization, where one wrong decision can put you at the edge of danger. I've returned to that forest many times since, always alone, always alert. I've been a park ranger for over a decade, working in some of the most isolated and unforgiving wilderness in the country. Most days are quiet, routine, and manageable. The work is physical, monotonous, but grounding. You spend hours walking trails, inspecting campsites, checking on wildlife, monitoring water quality, and responding to minor injuries or accidents. It's a life most people romanticize, but the reality is long hours alone in the forest, often with nothing but the sound of your own breath, the wind through the trees, and the occasional distant call of an animal. The wilderness has its own rhythm, and if you stay alert, you can predict it, almost feel like you belong in it. But one week changed my perception entirely, and it's an experience I still think about every day. It was early September when I was assigned to a remote sector in the southern mountains. The area was dense with pine and juniper, broken occasionally by dry creek beds that snaked through narrow valleys. The Park Service had received a series of reports from hikers and hunters about strange disturbances in the region, including missing equipment, disrupted campsites, and unusual tracks that didn't match known wildlife. My job was to patrol, document any anomalies, and ensure the safety of anyone in the area. I drove up the rugged dirt roads in my service truck, carrying everything I thought I might need for a week: extra food, water, first aid supplies, a topographic map, GPS units, and my standard ranger equipment. My radio crackled occasionally with other rangers' updates, but cell service was non-existent. And in these parts, I had to rely on my instincts as much as my training. The first night, I set up my base camp near a small, dry creek. The sun was already low in the sky when I arrived, turning the mountains a dark orange. I set up my tent, checked my radio, and prepared a small meal over a portable stove. There was no one around, not a sound beyond the occasional caw of a crow or the rustle of leaves. It was peaceful in the way the deep forest can feel, isolating but calm. I went to bed early, knowing the next day would be full of patrolling the trails. The following morning, I started a systematic check of the area. My patrol covered several miles of trail, including old logging roads that had long been abandoned. I checked for trail damage, signs of trespassers, and wildlife activity. I spotted a few deer, some rabbits, and the remnants of an elk herd that had passed through the area weeks before. But I also noticed something odd: a series of footprints along one of the smaller trails. At first glance, they looked like human, but they weren't quite right. They were unusually large, and the stride was inconsistent. Whoever had made them had moved at odd angles, as if tracking or avoiding something. I photographed the tracks, measured them, and continued my patrol. By the second night, I was deep in the backcountry, more than 10 miles from any road. I camped near a ridge that overlooked a valley, the forest thickening around me. The wind had picked up, carrying the sharp scent of pine resin and dry earth. Around 10 p.m., I was adjusting my gear when I heard it, a rustling, subtle at first, then more pronounced. My first thought was a deer or elk moving through the underbrush, but the sound was deliberate, like someone walking carefully on dry leaves. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the area. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating tree trunks and shadows, but there was nothing there. My stomach tightened. I didn't panic. Panic isn't helpful in the wilderness. I kept scanning the perimeter. Hours passed. Every so often, the rustling would return, always just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I was certain I wasn't imagining it. My camp was small, compact, and organized, and nothing had been disturbed, yet I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched. I double-checked my equipment, ensuring my GPS, radio, and bear spray were all within reach. I slept fitfully that night, in short bursts, waking at odd intervals to listen for the slightest noise. The next day, I decided to extend my patrol further down into the valley. The terrain was challenging: steep slopes covered in loose rock, dense undergrowth, and intermittent scrub that tore at my clothes and skin. About 3 miles in, I stumbled across another campsite, abandoned but fresh. A small fire pit still had smoldering ash, and there were tracks leading in all directions. Some were human, others not. Footprints from animals, but also prints that were unidentifiable, oddly shaped, and irregular. I took photos, documented everything, and left immediately, following a different route back toward my base. That night was worse. The rustling returned, closer now. I could hear it circling the tent, deliberate movements in the brush surrounding me. I sat awake, my flashlight trained on the tree lean, my rifle across my lap. I didn't hear voices, just steps, the occasional branch snapping. I tried to rationalize. Perhaps hunters, poachers, or campers who hadn't registered with the park. But there were no calls, no lights, no evidence of human presence other than the movement I could sense. On the third day, I hiked to the top of a ridge to survey the area from above. The view was breathtaking, valleys stretching for miles, rivers glinting in the sunlight, dense forests extending to the horizon. But there, on the edge of my view, I saw something unusual: a series of small markers, sticks arranged in patterns, odd piles of rocks, and strips of cloth tied to trees. It was subtle, almost artistic, but deliberate. Whoever had been moving through the forest had left these markers, possibly to guide themselves or mark territory. My unease grew. I returned to camp that night, exhausted but alert. I noticed immediately that the markers were closer to my tent. They weren't threatening, not overtly, but there was no mistake. They were directed at me. Whoever or whatever was out there had been aware of my presence and was following my movements. My training kicked in. I reinforced my perimeter, placed motion sensors, and planned an early hike the next morning to leave the area. That night was the worst. The rustling began earlier, maybe 8 in the evening. I could hear footsteps circling my tent, pauses, then movement again. Something was testing me, probing for weaknesses. I stayed awake until dawn, moving quietly but keeping my senses alert. I didn't sleep. At first light, I packed everything efficiently, careful not to make unnecessary noise. As I moved down the trail, I noticed a pattern. The markers, the prints, the rustling. It wasn't random. Whoever had been moving through the forest had been tracking me, observing, staying just out of reach. The realization chilled me. This was no prank, no mistake. This was someone with knowledge of the terrain, someone patient, skilled, and willing to follow for days. By midday, I reached a small clearing where I could see the main road from the ridge. I paused, listening. For the first time in 3 days, I felt a sense of relief. There was no rustling, no movement. The markers stopped at the edge of the clearing. Whoever had been following me had stopped, perhaps realizing I was leaving the area. I descended carefully, my heart still racing, until I finally reached my truck. I locked the doors, checked the radio for nearby ranger stations, and drove out of the wilderness. Weeks later, I returned to document the area properly. The abandoned campsites were gone, washed away by wind and rain, but the markers and prints remained faintly, though degraded. Investigators concluded it was likely a poacher or illegal hunter familiar with the area, possibly observing my patrols to avoid detection. Nothing supernatural, nothing unexplainable, just a human being operating in a dangerous, isolated environment. It wasn't romantic or dramatic. It was terrifyingly ordinary, a reminder that danger in the wilderness isn't always from nature. People could be just as, if not more, threatening. I still patrol those mountains, but I never forget that week. I always check my perimeter, move carefully, and trust my instincts. The forest can be beautiful and peaceful, but it can also be a place where unseen eyes watch, wait, and track you. And when that happens, no amount of experience can make the fear completely disappear. I've been a park ranger in the Southwest for nearly a decade, and in all that time, I've spent countless nights out in the wilderness, walking trails, monitoring wildlife, and checking campsites. Most of my nights were routine, quiet, dark, and peaceful, but there was one particular stretch of weeks that changed the way I viewed the land entirely. It wasn't the usual wildlife encounters or bad weather that got to me. It was something far more subtle and far more unnerving. The feeling that no matter how carefully I planned, the park could turn on you if you weren't paying attention. It started in late September, when the air in New Mexico begins to hold a sharp edge, even though the sun still beats down in the afternoons. I was assigned to a remote section of the Gila National Forest, a rugged area filled with canyons, mesas, and dense stands of pinyon and juniper. The terrain was rough, and the trails were little more than narrow dirt paths that twisted and turned along steep ridges. That year, I was covering a stretch that had seen unusually high foot traffic in the previous months. Hunters, hikers, and campers, but also reports of missing items and strange footprints that didn't match any known animals in the region. I arrived at my field station on a Sunday afternoon, parking my truck next to the small cabin that served as the ranger post. The building itself was primitive, just a wooden shack with a single generator and a water tank, but it was all I needed for the week. I unpacked my gear, sleeping bag, extra jackets, headlamps, radio, first aid kit, trail food, and my standard ranger supplies, including maps and GPS. The forest stretched out beyond the clearing, golden sunlight filtering through the trees. long shadows spilling over the ground. It looked calm and serene, but I knew better. By the time I had finished setting up, it was late afternoon. I decided to make a quick patrol along a nearby trail that ran along the side of a steep canyon. The trail was narrow, barely wide enough for a single person, with loose rocks underfoot and tall junipers leaning over the edge. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the faint scent of dry earth and pine sap. I took my flashlight and radio, clipped my sidearm in my belt, and started walking, keeping my eyes peeled for hikers, hunters, or signs of wildlife. The first few hours passed uneventfully. I saw a few mule deer tracks, a coyote den tucked into a rocky outcrop, and the remnants of a small campfire someone had left behind a few days ago. It all seemed ordinary until I rounded a bend in the trail and noticed something strange. There were footprints, bare footprints, much larger than mine, pressed into the dusty trail. My boots were size 11, and these were at least a size 14. The prints were spaced far apart, indicating long strides, and they seemed to have appeared suddenly, almost as if whoever, or whatever, was walking ahead had just materialized. I paused, crouching to inspect them. The ground was dry and powdery, so the prints were crisp, but there were no drag marks, no signs of a stick or tool. Just bare, human-like footprints leading deeper into the canyon. I radioed my station, describing the prints, but there was no immediate answer. The canyon's walls reflected my voice oddly, and I could only hear a faint static reply. I decided to follow the prints cautiously, keeping a hand on my sidearm. As I moved further, the forest seemed to shift around me. The usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves faded, replaced by the quiet hum of the wind through the rocks. My headlamp flickered once or twice, though the batteries were fresh. Shadows seemed longer than they should have been, and every time I looked up, the trees ahead looked subtly different, as if the trail had curved when it hadn't. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on me, the way the brain fills in empty spaces with shapes and movement. Hours passed. The trail dropped sharply into a wash, and the footprints disappeared at the base. I scanned the ground carefully. Nothing, not even animal tracks. I marked the spot on my GPS and took photographs. My gut told me something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I returned to my truck just as dusk began to settle, the canyon walls glowing orange in the last rays of the sun. I drove back to the cabin, checking the rearview mirror constantly, half expecting to see a figure on the road behind me. That night, I barely slept. I set my radio to scan for any unusual transmissions, keeping my flashlight within reach. The wind picked up around the cabin, rattling the wooden shutters and carrying the smell of wet earth from a sudden thunderstorm miles away. At around 2 a.m., I was jarred awake by a loud, sharp cracking sound outside. It wasn't like a branch falling. It was deliberate, like someone stepping on a thick stick. I froze, listening. My heart raced. I grabbed my rifle and crept to the window, peering into the blackness. The light of my cabin barely illuminated the clearing, and I saw nothing. The next morning, I went back to the wash to examine the area again. That's when I found them, fresh footprints. They hadn't been there the night before. They were massive, like before, and they led away from the trail toward a dense stand of junipers. I followed them slowly, noting every detail. The prints were deep in the soft soil, and the stride was long, steady, deliberate. Whoever, or whatever, made them was cautious, leaving no other signs of passage. As the sun climbed higher, the air grew warmer. I followed the trail for miles, moving through brush, over fallen logs, and along rocky ridges. The footprints led into a part of the forest I didn't usually patrol, a section marked on maps as unstable terrain, prone to sudden rock slides and steep drop-offs. The deeper I went, the more I noticed small, unsettling signs. Twigs broken in strange patterns, rocks stacked oddly, and the occasional smear of dark earth that looked like it had been disturbed recently. Nothing overtly threatening, but enough to make my instinct scream. By late afternoon, I realized the prints led to a cliff edge overlooking a dry canyon. From here, the view stretched for miles. Rock formations, mesas distant rivers glinting in the sunlight. I scanned the ledges, searching for movement, but saw nothing. I set my pack down, drinking water and trying to calm my mind. The prints ended at the edge, as if the person or thing had vanished. I checked the GPS. No trails continued from this point. Nothing but sheer rock and the canyon floor far below. I returned to the cabin that evening, exhausted and uneasy. The storm from the night before had moved in, and rain hammered the roof, accompanied by thunder that rolled through the canyons like distant artillery. I double-checked the locks, secured my rifle and supplies, and spent another restless night listening to the storm, convinced I wasn't alone even though I saw no one. The following days were tense. I patrolled the area repeatedly, looking for any sign of the prints, but they were gone. The canyon had reclaimed them. Still, small things kept me on edge. A broken branch here, a displaced rock there, fleeting glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. I started noticing that sometimes when I parked near a clearing to check a trailhead, I would catch reflections in puddles that didn't match my own movements, shadows that fell in ways that made no sense. I didn't talk about it. Rangers tend to keep quiet when they experience things like this. People outside the profession would either panic or dismiss it. On the 5th day, I decided to pack up and relocate to a safer section of the forest. I had mapped a route back to the main road, a path that avoided the steep cliffs and unstable terrain. As I walked, I noticed the air seemed heavier, thicker somehow. The usual chirping of birds and buzzing of insects was gone. My steps sounded unusually loud, echoing off the canyon walls. I reached a narrow section of trail where boulders had fallen years ago, creating a partial barrier. As I stepped past the last rock, I froze. There, imprinted in the soft earth, were footprints, my footprints. But they were different. They were larger, wider, and slightly deeper, and they led behind me into the brush. I hadn't gone that way. My stomach turned. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved, but the air seemed charged, almost waiting. My instinct screamed at me to run, but my feet were rooted in place. I grabbed my radio, calling in for a check-in, but the static was heavy, the signal weak. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to step forward. The trail widened, the terrain became familiar again, and after several hours, I emerged near the road. I called my supervisor, telling him I was moving to a safer area. He didn't press questions. Rangers know when to listen rather than ask. When I finally reached the ranger station weeks later, I reviewed the photos I had taken. The prints, the broken branches, the strange patterns in the soil, all documented. I submitted the report as unusual wildlife activity, but I knew it wasn't wildlife. Whatever it was intelligent, deliberate, and patient. It didn't follow us, it didn't attack, but it watched. I've been a park ranger in New Mexico for nearly a decade, mostly assigned to the southern high desert region. I grew up around these landscapes. My father was a hunting guide for elk, so I spent half my life trekking through brush, canyonlands, and mountains, learning the rhythm of the desert. Nothing ever scared me out here. Not rattlesnakes, not lightning storms, not even the occasional wildcat. Nature has a way of testing you constantly, but I'd learned to anticipate its challenges. What I hadn't anticipated, however, was the sheer weight of isolation when you realize you're alone with something far less predictable than wildlife. It was late April when it happened. Spring had been warmer than usual, and the desert had awakened early. The creosote bushes were already releasing that sharp, pungent smell after the first heat of the day. I had been assigned to a remote section near the Organ Mountains. My job that week was routine: patrol the trails, check for illegal hunting, maintain the ranger stations, and monitor hikers and campers. Most of the area was lightly trafficked. People liked the mountains, but usually stuck to the main roads. The trails I was responsible for were rough, often eroded by spring runoff, and only the most determined hikers ever made it out there. I left the ranger station just before dawn, the air crisp and quiet. My truck bounced over the dirt road as I headed up the canyon, the sun slowly lifting over the eastern peaks. By mid-morning, I'd parked at a small pull-off near a trailhead leading to a series of ridges I hadn't patrolled in a few months. My plan was to hike a loop trail that spanned nearly 12 miles, checking for signs of illegal hunting or camping. I wore my usual gear: sturdy boots, a loaded backpack with water, first aid, maps, compass, and a radio, which was my only lifeline in areas where cell coverage didn't exist. The hike started easy. The trail was wide at first, then narrowed as it wound between junipers and scrub oak. The wind carried the faint smell of sage, and the rocks along the ridge glinted faintly in the rising sun. Birds moved in and out of the branches, wary of my presence but curious. I made notes on a small notepad, marking a few areas where the trail had eroded badly and where old fire rings indicated recent camping. So far, nothing unusual, just the usual signs of people trying to escape civilization for a weekend. By late afternoon, I was deep in the canyon, the trail twisting through narrow gullies and rocky outcrops. I stopped at a small clearing to drink water and rest. That's when I noticed it, a faint, almost imperceptible set of footprints in the dust. At first glance, they looked like a hiker's, but the spacing was odd, and the depth suggested someone had been carrying a heavy load. I followed them for a few minutes, trying to make sense of the direction. They led off the trail, winding into a side canyon that was overgrown with thorny mesquite. I hesitated. Normally, I would have ignored something like this and continued my patrol, but my gut told me to investigate. As a ranger, I was trained to track, to notice patterns others would miss. The footprints weren't fresh. They were a day or two old, but someone had clearly been moving through this canyon recently. I made a mental note of the location and took photos with my camera for documentation. Then I turned back, heading toward a nearby campsite I planned to check. The sun was starting to dip behind the western ridges by the time I reached the small flat area where hikers often camped. There was an old fire ring, stones blackened from previous burns, and some discarded trash, but no one was there. I set down my pack, filled my water bottle at a small spring nearby, and began checking the surrounding brush. That's when I noticed it, a strange, unnatural silence. The desert is rarely completely quiet. Even in the late evening, there are insects, wind moving over rocks, the occasional call of a distant coyote. But here, all of it had stopped. Not muffled, completely gone. I paused, scanning the ridges, listening. Something didn't feel right. I chalked it up to being deep in the canyon, where echoes are absorbed by the rocks, and went back to my notes. As darkness fell, I set up my headlamp and flashlight to inspect the area more closely. That's when I saw it. A piece of equipment partially buried under some brush. It was a small camouflaged hunting pack, the kind used for long treks in the backcountry. Someone had left it here, and from the way the dirt was disturbed around it, they had been moving carefully, deliberately. My pulse quickened. Illegal hunting was one thing, but someone moving stealthily through these ridges after dark was another. I decided to leave the area and head back toward the truck. The trail was treacherous at night, but the glow from my headlamp illuminated the rocks just enough. As I descended, I caught movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow moving among the brush. My first thought was an animal, probably a bobcat or a fox, but the movement was too deliberate, too human. I froze, listening. My radio was in my pack, a few feet behind me, but I didn't want to draw attention yet. I moved cautiously, stepping over loose rocks and trying to stay quiet. The shadow stopped moving as soon as I did. A few minutes later, I realized I was being followed. Every step I took down the trail, the shadow mirrored me, always just out of direct sight. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to stay calm. I knew the terrain better than anyone. If someone was out here, I could outmaneuver them. The trail curved sharply, and I took a side path that would lead me to a small clearing where my truck should be visible. I slowed my pace, listening for any sound, but there was nothing. No breathing, no rustling. I felt a cold sweat on my back. When I finally reached the clearing, I froze. My truck was gone. Gone. It didn't make sense. There was no one else in the canyon except me. The only road access was several miles back, and I had locked my truck. Panic started to creep in. I checked the path behind me. No footprints leading toward the road. Only the trail I had walked down. My radio was in the truck. I had no communication. My only options were to move forward along the canyon or climb up the ridge to a higher vantage point. I chose the ridge. Moving uphill in the dark, with only my headlamp and flashlight, was exhausting. Loose scree underfoot made every step precarious. My arms ached, my legs burned, but I knew I had to reach a point where I could see the road. About 30 minutes into the climb, I stopped on a ledge to catch my breath. That's when I heard it. The sound of rocks being shifted, faint footsteps somewhere below, moving parallel to my path. Whoever, or whatever, had taken my truck was still here. I took a deep breath and focused on observation. The desert at night is full of shadows, and it's easy to misinterpret movements. But this was different. I could see the glint of a reflective object, a knife, or a metallic buckle, catching the light from my headlamp. Someone was there, moving quietly, carefully, watching. I realized they might be trying to flush me out, lure me into a vulnerable position. I remembered the survival tactics my father had drilled into me. Never run blind, always maintain high ground, use terrain to your advantage. I moved laterally along the ridge, careful not to step on loose rock, and found a small outcropping where I could hide. From there, I had a clear line of sight to the canyon floor and the trail below. The shadow moved cautiously, scanning the area. Whoever it was clearly wasn't expecting resistance. They thought the canyon was empty. I stayed hidden for what felt like hours, listening to the faint movements below. At some point, they must have left because the noises ceased entirely. I waited another 20 minutes before cautiously descending toward the trail. My truck was still missing, but I found footprints leading back toward the main road, partially erased by wind and dust. They were heavy, deliberate steps. Whoever had taken my truck was strong and careful. I decided to follow the footprints cautiously. By the time dawn broke, I had reached the main dirt road, where I flagged down a maintenance crew that was coming through. They called the local authorities and helped me track my truck. It had been abandoned a few miles down the road, doors unlocked, nothing missing except a small toolkit and my GPS device. Whoever had taken it had left in such a way that no evidence remained. I never found out who it was or why they had targeted me. Later investigations suggested it might have been a hunter trying to remove a witness from an illegal operation. They had likely planned to intercept anyone checking the area that night, but my decision to climb the ridge and observe kept me safe. The incident stayed with me for weeks, a constant reminder that even in familiar territory, human unpredictability can be more dangerous than any wild animal. After that night, I changed the way I patrolled. I traveled in pairs whenever possible, kept backup radios on me, and always stayed alert to signs of other humans moving through the backcountry. I returned to the same canyon several times afterward, documenting wildlife and trail conditions, but I never again approached it alone at night. That place had shown me that the desert silence can be broken by far more dangerous forces than storms or predators. I've worked as a park ranger for over a decade, mostly in the northern parts of New Mexico, where the land stretches out in endless forests and rugged mountains, and the nights fall with a silence so thick you can feel it pressing against your chest. I never considered myself an especially brave man. I knew the forest could be unforgiving, and I'd seen more than my share of accidents, from lost hikers to careless campers, but I'd always felt confident in my training. That confidence, though, can make you complacent. I learned that lesson the hard way one late September. The summer had been unusually dry, and the forest was tinder dry. Fires were always a concern, but it was the people I worried about most. Hikers underestimate how quickly conditions can change, how a sudden storm or a broken ankle can turn a casual walk into a dangerous ordeal. I had been working a week-long patrol on one of the more remote stretches of the forest. The trail I was assigned followed a narrow canyon that wound through steep cliffs and dense pine groves. The area was beautiful, yes, but treacherous. My orders were to monitor for illegal hunting, check trails, and keep an eye on any wildlife activity, particularly elk and deer, which had been scarce this season. I set out early on a Monday morning. The sun had barely broken the horizon when I strapped on my pack, double-checked my radio, and started up the trail. The air was crisp, sharp in a way that made every breath feel like it was cutting through my lungs. Birds were stirring, small flocks darting between trees, and somewhere in the distance, a fox yipped before vanishing into the underbrush. The forest felt alive, but there was something in the way the light fell through the trees that made it feel quieter than usual. The deeper I went, the heavier the silence became, not in a comforting way, but in a way that felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. By mid-morning, I had covered about 4 miles. My trail map showed a small clearing near the edge of a cliff that offered a view of the valley below. I decided to take a short break, set down my pack, and drink some water. The wind was light, carrying the scent of pine and dry earth. From my vantage point, I could see the rocky slope leading down to a narrow stream at the bottom of the canyon. It looked serene, almost inviting, but I knew better. The path down was narrow, and any misstep could send you tumbling into jagged rocks far below. I spent a few minutes scanning the area. It wasn't unusual to see wildlife from this vantage, but all I saw were birds and the occasional squirrel. Then I noticed tracks. They were fresh, deep in the dirt of the clearing, large boot prints heading off toward the canyon trail. That alone wasn't alarming. Hikers often pass through, but these were not typical hiking boots. They were heavy, rugged, the kind hunters or backcountry workers wore. The pattern suggested someone moving cautiously, deliberately. I checked my radio. Signal was weak in the canyon, barely enough to get a call out. I made a mental note to check in again once I reached a higher point. I decided to follow the tracks. They led down the canyon trail, a narrow dirt path that hugged the rock face. At first, I didn't think much of it. I often found tracks, and following them sometimes led to lost hikers or evidence of illegal hunting. But as I moved further down, the trail became less familiar. I recognized landmarks from previous patrols, large boulders, twisted pines, and dry creek beds. This section, though, was new to me. My map didn't show it as a maintained trail. That's when the unease started to settle in. I pressed on. The trail narrowed, the trees closing in so tightly that sunlight barely penetrated. The air was cooler here, the shade almost suffocating. I could hear my own boots crunching over loose stones, the occasional snap of a twig breaking the silence. The tracks were still ahead, clear against the dirt, but they seemed to change character the further I went. The prints were heavier, sometimes staggered, as if the person, or people, had been moving in a hurry, stopping and starting. By late afternoon, I realized I had been walking for hours. My stomach reminded me I hadn't eaten since morning, and my water supply was running low. The canyon widened slightly into a small flat area surrounded by steep cliffs. There was a creek here, shallow, but enough to refill my bottle. That's when I noticed something that made my heart rate spike. A campsite. Not just any campsite, but one that had been abandoned in a hurry. A fire pit had ash still warm to the touch. A tarp half collapsed over a pile of backpacks, and footprints leading in every direction from the site. I felt a mix of curiosity and caution. The camp suggested multiple people. From the tracks and the fire, I estimated they had been there no more than 12 hours ago. I checked the surrounding area carefully. Nothing moved, but I felt a tension in the air. Something about the way the camp was left suggested urgency, maybe fear. I decided to inspect the site carefully, marking the footprints and taking photos with my camera. That's when I noticed the first real warning sign. Among the scattered supplies, I found bloodstains on a backpack and a jacket. Not large amounts, but enough to suggest someone had been injured. My stomach twisted. This wasn't just hikers who had wandered off trail. Something had gone wrong here. I checked my radio again. Still weak. I tried sending a message to the ranger station, but all I got was static. I realized I was on my own, and that's when the forest started feeling genuinely dangerous. The light was fading. Shadows lengthened across the canyon, and the temperature dropped sharply. I knew I needed to move. The creek offered a natural path downward, a gentler slope than the jagged cliffs surrounding it. As I descended, I kept an eye on the trail and listened. The forest had a rhythm of sounds I had come to know. The rustle of leaves in the wind, distant birds, the occasional snap of a branch. But now there was something else. A faint movement, just at the edge of my vision. I saw it twice, a figure slipping behind trees, then gone. My mind tried to rationalize it. Deer, maybe. A person? I couldn't tell. My instincts told me to stay alert, but also to keep moving. I kept following the creek as it wound through the canyon. The terrain was rough, roots and rocks threatening to trip me at every step. I thought about the blood I had seen the abandoned camp. Whoever had been here had either been hurt badly or was hiding from something. I didn't know which. By the time the sun dipped below the cliffs, I was exhausted, my pack heavier than I remembered. I found a large boulder and decided to make camp for the night. I set up my sleeping bag against the rock face, keeping my flashlight and radio within reach. I didn't start a fire, too risky given the dryness, but I kept my flashlight trained on the trail entrance just in case. The night was long. Every sound seemed amplified. A branch breaking in the distance made me tense, my hand on my flashlight. I kept replaying the day in my head, trying to make sense of it. Who had been here? Injured? Hiding? And why leave everything behind in such a rush? I tried to rest, but sleep was shallow. At one point, I thought I heard voices whispering in the wind, but I told myself it was imagination. The forest was full of tricks like that. At dawn, I packed up quickly and continued down the creek. The light revealed more details from the day before. Footprints, broken branches, and occasional splashes of blood. My goal was to reach the valley floor and find a ranger station or at least a road. As I moved, I started noticing signs of struggle. A torn piece of clothing caught on a branch, deep scratches in the dirt where someone had apparently tried to climb or crawl. It became clear this was not just an injured hiker. They had been trying to escape something or someone. By mid-morning, I finally reached a wider trail that led to a small logging road. Relief washed over me. I followed the road for several miles until I found a pickup truck parked at the edge of the forest. No one was around. I ran toward it, hoping to find anyone to call for help. My radio finally picked up a signal, weak but functional. I reported the abandoned camp and the blood, describing the trail and the condition of the forest. The authorities launched a search that day. Helicopters scoured the canyon, and ranger teams combed the trails. They found evidence of a small group, 3 people, who had been camping illegally and had gotten into some kind of violent altercation. It appeared to have been self-defense, 1 against 2, although the details were never fully disclosed to me. What I do know is that the forest had claimed them in a way I will never forget. The footprints I had followed, the abandoned camp, the blood, all of it had been real, terrifyingly real. That week changed the way I viewed the forest. It's beautiful, but it's indifferent to humans. It doesn't care if you're trained or confident, or if you think you can handle yourself. The forest tests you, and sometimes it leaves you with nothing but questions. I stayed on patrols after that, but I always carried extra water, extra food, and a constant awareness that danger could be waiting around any corner. That canyon, that abandoned camp, and the way the forest held its silence, I've never forgotten it. It's a reminder that the wild is alive in ways we don't always understand, and that even the most familiar trails can. I had been a park ranger in the southwestern mountains for almost a decade, the kind of ranger who knew the smell of the pinyon and juniper forests in every season, who knew the way the wind carved through the canyons in winter and the hidden spots where animals came to drink that no one else would ever find. I liked my job because it was quiet most of the time, mostly routine, patrolling trails, checking on campers, inspecting backcountry areas for signs of illegal hunting or fire hazards. I grew up in the high deserts, so solitude didn't bother me, and I had a habit of noticing things other people missed. That's probably why what happened that summer felt so strange. It was early July when I was assigned to a week-long patrol in one of the most isolated areas of the park. I had been sent to check a series of remote backcountry cabins that were part of an old ranger station network, most of them abandoned but still standing, scattered over 100 square miles of rugged terrain. The plan was simple: drive as far as I could on dirt roads, then hike or ride an ATV to each cabin. Take notes on the structures, clear brush around them, and make sure no one was squatting or leaving trash behind. Normally, these trips were peaceful, almost meditative. I packed lightly, A tent, a small stove, enough food for a week, water filters, and a satellite phone in case of emergencies. I also carried a rifle, not for hunting, but for protection against the occasional mountain lion or stray bull elk that got too curious. The first 2 days went without incident. The heat was intense during the day, but mornings were crisp and quiet, the sun rising over mesas and washing the rock faces in orange and red. The sound of the wind moving through the sagebrush was constant but comforting. I'd hike in silence, stopping occasionally to jot observations in my notebook. A pile of elk scat near a stream, the deep scratch marks of a bear on a juniper tree, a bald eagle circling a cliff. Nothing unusual, nothing alarming. It was on the third night that things started to feel off. I had set up camp near a small wash, a narrow canyon that curved around a cliff face. The wash was dry most of the year, but small pools of water still collected in depressions where animals came to drink. I pitched my tent on a flat area, lit a small stove, and started preparing dinner. The sun had already dipped behind the mesa, leaving the canyon in shadow, and the only light came from my campfire and the faint glow of the headlamp on my helmet. I like nights like that. The darkness pressed close, but it wasn't oppressive, it was alive. I could hear the scurrying of rodents, the distant cry of a coyote, the rustle of a deer in the brush. After eating, I settled into my sleeping bag and listened. That's when I heard it. At first, it was subtle, a crunching sound like something heavy stepping over rocks and dry brush. I froze, straining to hear. It was slow, deliberate, and seemed to come from just outside the wash, somewhere along the slope of the canyon wall. I wasn't panicked, not yet. Bears and mountain lions were common, but they usually made more erratic noises. This was calculated, measured. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam across the trees and rocks, seeing only shadows. The sound stopped for a moment, then started again, moving closer, circling the camp. I felt a cold knot in my stomach. I had been alone in the wilderness before, but this was different. This wasn't a normal animal. Something about the weight of the steps, the spacing, the deliberate approach. Whatever it was aware of me. I checked my rifle, making sure it was loaded. I kept quiet, my ears straining. The sound moved back toward the wash, then stopped again. I thought about yelling, but my voice would give away my exact position, and whatever it was had probably been listening the entire time. I decided to wait. I stayed awake for hours, barely moving, listening to every snap, every brush of leaves, every whisper of wind. The night was alive with sound, but the one thing that didn't belong stood out, a heavy, methodical movement, circling, shifting. I realized that whatever it wasn't trying to hide entirely. It wanted me to hear it, wanted me aware. That realization made my skin crawl. By the time the sky started to lighten, I hadn't seen anything, hadn't heard it in a while, but the fear lingered. I didn't sleep much, dozing off for only a few minutes at a time. When I finally broke camp, I moved cautiously, scanning the cliffs and canyon edges as I hiked. Everything looked normal, tracks, plants, rock formations, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That afternoon, I reached the first abandoned cabin I had to check. It was a small structure, roughly 10 by 12 feet, with a tin roof that had rusted in patches. The door creaked as I opened it. Inside, it smelled of dust, dry wood, and the faint tang of animal urine. I checked the corners for signs of squatters. Empty cans, footprints, any new scratches. There was nothing. I noted the condition in my journal, brushed away the cobwebs, and moved on to the next cabin. Everything seemed normal until the fourth night. I had set up camp near a ridge that overlooked a narrow valley. The sun had set, and the wind had picked up, blowing through the trees with a hollow, whistling sound. I was preparing a small meal when I heard it again. The crunch of heavy footsteps, this time unmistakably close. I froze, listening, heart pounding. The steps stopped for a moment, then I heard a low rumble, almost like a growl, but not quite. It was deeper than any animal I knew. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the area. That's when I noticed the tracks. At first, I thought they were elk. They were huge, larger than any deer, but smaller than a bear. But as I followed them with my light, they shifted strangely, almost like someone was moving on tiptoe, but with weight. My stomach turned. Whoever, or whatever, had made these tracks was intelligent. It wasn't just wandering, it was tracking me. I stayed in my tent, keeping quiet, listening for hours. The sounds came closer at times, then receded, circling my camp in a pattern that was unnerving. I realized I had no way of predicting what it would do next. I couldn't outrun it in the dark. I couldn't see it clearly. I could only wait and survive until daylight. The next morning, I decided to break camp early and hike down to a more populated trail. I didn't need to check any more cabins that day. I kept moving, scanning the cliffs and ridges, my senses sharpened. That afternoon, I spotted something I didn't expect, a series of branches bent and broken in a deliberate pattern. Someone, or something, had constructed a crude marker, almost like a warning. My stomach sank. Whatever it was using the terrain in a way I hadn't seen in wildlife before. By evening, I reached a small ranger outpost where I could radio in. I didn't tell anyone exactly what I had seen or heard. I knew they'd think I was overreacting. Instead, I requested an early pickup, explaining only that I had encountered dangerous wildlife in an unfamiliar area. I didn't want to admit what I really thought, that someone might be out there watching, following, testing me. The pickup arrived before sunset. As the truck wound its way up the dirt road to my location, I kept scanning the cliffs. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear anything, but the impression of those heavy, deliberate steps lingered in my mind. I kept my rifle close, not knowing what might appear once I left the relative safety of the trail. When I finally reached the truck and climbed inside, I felt a strange relief. I was leaving the area, leaving the unknown behind me. I kept my eyes on the cliffs until we drove out of sight, until the canyon disappeared behind us in the dimming light. I didn't sleep well that night, but I did sleep. The memory of the circling steps, the deep rumble, and the deliberate tracks stayed with me. A constant reminder that the wilderness isn't always predictable, and sometimes it isn't just animals out there. Weeks later, I went back with a small team to check the area. We found the tracks again, fresh this time, even though no one had been in the area. The bent branches, the markers, they were there. No one could explain them. We set cameras, left sensors, tried to follow patterns, but whatever had been following me that week in July seemed to vanish as soon as more people arrived. I concluded that it might have been a wild predator that had learned to stalk in unusual ways, but the intelligence it showed didn't match any known animal in the region. From then on, I always carried extra supplies on solo patrols, moved cautiously, and never underestimated the quiet spaces in the wilderness. That summer changed the way I understood isolation, observation, and fear. The park was still beautiful, still full of life, but somewhere out there in the remote canyons, something was watching, waiting, and capable of moving through the dark in a way that most people would never believe. Even now, years later, when I hike alone in backcountry areas, I still notice subtle things. A branch bent the wrong way, a footprint that doesn't match any animal, the faint sound of something heavy moving just out of sight. I don't know if I'll ever see it again, but I know it's there. I know it's watching. And I know better than to think the wilderness is ever. I've been a park ranger for nearly 12 years now, and I've worked in some of the most remote corners of the United States, but nothing I've experienced prepared me for the stretch of wilderness I patrolled in the high desert of northern New Mexico. The park itself was vast, a mix of rugged canyonlands, sparse juniper forests, and patches of open grassland that stretched for miles, punctuated by sudden cliffs and narrow washes that could swallow a man whole if he wasn't paying attention. The area had always been relatively quiet in terms of human activity. Most visitors stuck to the marked trails and campgrounds, and hunters, who were seasonal but consistent, usually followed the rules because the terrain was unforgiving and the consequences of carelessness were immediate. I started my shift in early September. The summer crowds had thinned, leaving the park eerily empty. The mornings were crisp, the air smelling of sagebrush and the faint musk of drying juniper. I had a standard routine: check the trailheads for trash or signs of illegal activity, inspect the ranger stations, maintained a remote fire lookout cabins, and occasionally respond to calls about hikers or hunters in trouble. That week, though, something felt off. It wasn't a feeling I could explain rationally. It was more like a subtle vibration under my skin, the kind that makes you glance over your shoulder more than usual. I was scheduled for a 3-day patrol along the western boundary of the park, a region marked by deep canyons and sandstone cliffs. My truck was packed the night before with essentials: extra fuel, water, rations, a first aid kit, rope, climbing gear, and my standard ranger pack with a flashlight, binoculars, maps, radio, and a small handgun for protection. Not because I expected trouble from people, but because wildlife in this area could be unpredictable. Mountain lions were rare, but black bears were common, and there were occasional sightings of wolves near the northern ridges. I started my patrol just before dawn. The sky a bruised mix of violet and orange. The first rays of sunlight hitting the jagged edges of the cliffs and casting long shadows across the canyon floor. My truck tires crunched over the gravel roads as I drove, the sound unusually loud in the stillness of the early morning. I stopped first at a trailhead near a steep canyon called Red Rock Gorge. Normally, hikers left behind some trash or left marks on the trail, but everything was pristine. It was strange, but not unheard of. I spent the morning hiking down a narrow path that wound along the canyon rim, inspecting rock slides and checking for erosion that could endanger hikers. The canyon was silent except for the occasional call of a hawk overhead and the distant rumble of loose rock tumbling down a cliff face. I noticed something unusual on the far side of the gorge, a set of tracks along a sandy ledge that didn't match any common wildlife. They were boot prints deeply pressed into the soft sand, and they headed straight down into the canyon. I radioed this in for record keeping, noting the coordinates, and then decided to follow them cautiously. The canyon walls rose steeply, forcing me to descend using a combination of narrow ledges and handholds. Each step required careful placement, my gloved hands gripping rough sandstone that crumbled in parts, my boots leaving fresh impressions beside the existing tracks. After about 20 minutes, I reached a flatter section near a dry wash, and the track stopped. There was no sign of a campsite, no trash, nothing to indicate human presence except the prints themselves. It didn't make sense. If someone had been here, why leave no other signs? My mind ran through possibilities: a lone hiker, a hunter, someone unfamiliar with the area. Either way, I radioed in again, making sure dispatch knew my location and my observations. By midday, I returned to my truck and continued along the boundary road toward a remote section known as Juniper Ridge. The road became less maintained here, with deep ruts and occasional washouts from monsoon storms. I drove slowly, scanning the surrounding hills for signs of illegal activity. Around 2 p.m., I noticed a small camp tucked into a cluster of junipers near a dry creek bed. Smoke curled lazily from a fire pit, and I could see the outline of a tent. This was unusual because the area was off limits to camping without a permit, and even more unusual was that no one had radioed in. I approached cautiously, stopping the truck 50 yards away to observe. The fire was low, the smoke thin, and there were no people in sight. The tent flap moved slightly, as if stirred by the wind. I grabbed my radio and called in the location. Dispatch advised a standard procedure. I would make contact but not approach until backup was nearby. While waiting, I circled the area on foot, staying low behind rocks and bushes. The smell of cooking food reached me, faint but distinct. I noted fresh tracks around the fire pit, boot prints similar to the ones I'd seen earlier in Red Rock Gorge. By late afternoon, a colleague arrived in another truck. Together, we moved closer, rifle slung but not raised. Inside the tent, we found a man asleep on a sleeping pad, fully clothed, with hunting gear scattered around. No identification, no permits. His presence here violated multiple park regulations, but more concerning were the signs of improvisation. Makeshift snares set along the creek bank, empty cans of bait, and a large knife with dried blood on the edge. It was clear he had been hunting illegally, possibly taking game at night, which was both dangerous and illegal. We woke him, kept our distance, and instructed him to pack up and follow us to the ranger station. He was calm, but uncooperative, insisting he had permission from someone he refused to name. We radioed dispatch again, and they confirmed there were no records of permits in this area. We decided to escort him back, ensuring he couldn't double back into the wilderness alone. The sun had dipped behind the cliffs by the time we returned, and the shadows of the junipers stretched long across the ground. The feeling of unease I had experienced earlier returned, stronger now. Something about the tracks, the abandoned prints, the way he moved, it all felt like a puzzle missing half the pieces. The next day, I patrolled another section of the park called Black Mesa, a high plateau overlooking the desert basin. I followed a series of old Jeep tracks that eventually disappeared into thick brush. I was alone, and the wind had picked up, whistling through the canyons. As I walked along a narrow ledge, I spotted a pile of discarded items: an old tent frame, a rusted camping stove, and scraps of clothing. These were clearly remnants of someone who had been here recently, but had left in a hurry. The ground was scuffed as if a struggle had occurred, and I noticed flattened patches where someone had clearly slept or knelt. The sun was setting when I decided to return to my truck. As I walked along the plateau, I noticed movement down below in the wash. A figure crouched behind a rock, observing me. It vanished when I moved closer. My heart rate picked up, my senses sharpened. The desert at night was a different world. Shadows grew longer, shapes became distorted, and every rustle of brush could be a threat. I reached my truck, started the engine, and drove back toward camp, my eyes scanning the darkening landscape. That night, I set up a temporary observation post near the canyon rim. I had a clear view of the wash and the surrounding cliffs. Hours passed slowly, the wind rustling through sparse vegetation, the occasional cry of a coyote echoing across the desert. At around 1 a.m., I saw movement near the junipers below. A figure emerged from the shadows, carrying a pack. I watched carefully, using night vision optics. The figure moved methodically, almost like a predator. My instincts told me not to intervene immediately. I tracked the figure for nearly 30 minutes before it disappeared into the canyon. The next morning, I hiked down into the wash and found a small campsite, a fresh fire pit, scattered food wrappers, and a couple of boot prints leading in two directions. One set returned toward the ridge, the other led deeper into the canyon. I collected evidence, marked coordinates, and radioed dispatch. They organized a small search party to sweep the area, but the canyon's complexity made it impossible to guarantee we'd find him. Over the next 2 days, I patrolled tirelessly, following tracks, checking hidden washes, and inspecting abandoned camps. Each discovery added to the pattern. The man, or perhaps more than one person, was moving systematically, avoiding main roads, and leaving just enough traces to make me think he was always one step ahead. The realization hit me. This wasn't a casual trespasser. Whoever it was knew the land intimately, understood survival in this harsh terrain, and could easily stay ahead of a single ranger. By the end of the week, after nearly continuous patrolling and logging hundreds of miles on foot and by vehicle, the tracks led me to a deep canyon with steep walls I could barely descend. I called in for backup, and a small team followed. We moved slowly, carefully, using ropes to lower ourselves. I had been a park ranger in the southwestern United States for almost 10 years, and I thought I had seen it all. I knew the deserts, the mountains, the dry washes, and the hidden canyons like the back of my hand. I thought I knew the patterns of wildlife, the subtle signs of people moving through the wilderness, and the rhythms of nature that could warn you of danger long before it became obvious. But nothing in all those years prepared me for what happened one summer in the southern reaches of New Mexico, deep in the high desert near the Peloncillo Mountains. It started with a routine patrol. I was assigned to a section of the park that was known for its isolation. The area had a few hiking trails, mostly used by hunters and locals who knew the land, and a couple of small campgrounds tucked in between juniper groves and sandstone cliffs. That morning, I loaded my truck with the usual gear: binoculars, maps, water, a first aid kit, my ranger-issued sidearm, and extra batteries for my flashlight and radio. The sun had barely crested the horizon, and the sky was that hard, sharp blue that only happens at high elevations. I felt that first jolt of adrenaline you always get at the start of a long patrol, the kind that comes from knowing the day could go 100 different ways and you need to be ready for all of them. I drove up a narrow dirt road that wound between mesas and washes, watching for signs of trespassers, illegal hunting, and any wildlife distress. The landscape here was unforgiving. Rocks jutted out at odd angles, and sagebrush and cholla made walking difficult in places. It was beautiful, but it demanded respect. I passed a herd of mule deer grazing in a shallow canyon, their ears twitching as I slowed the truck, and I felt a familiar calm settle in. Out here, nature was all about observation and patience. That was the job, really, to watch, to protect, and to be ready for whatever could go wrong. Around mid-morning, I spotted something odd, a trail of footprints along a dry creek bed. At first, I thought it was a group of hikers or hunters, but the prints were large, heavy, and spaced in a way that suggested someone had been running at least part of the way. The direction led deeper into a remote part of the wilderness, far from any maintained trail or road. My gut tightened. I noted the coordinates on my GPS and radioed in my location, explaining that I was going to investigate and that I might be out of direct contact for a while. The dispatcher acknowledged me and reminded me to be careful. Standard protocol. But even with protocol, the weight of isolation always presses in once you leave the road behind. I parked the truck at the edge of the canyon and began hiking along the creek bed, my boots crunching on the gravel and sand. The prints were fresh, and they led to a narrow canyon that funneled between two rocky outcroppings. The sun was high now, and the temperature climbed quickly. By noon, I was sweating through my shirt, but I didn't mind. This was part of the work. The creek bed was dry, but the walls of the canyon gave me shelter from the sun in patches, and the air smelled of hot stone and dry juniper. I followed the trail for another hour, my eyes scanning constantly. I saw no people, no backpacks, no abandoned water bottles, nothing to explain the footprints. Then I noticed something that made my skin tighten. About 20 feet ahead, the footprints stopped abruptly. No drag marks, no signs of struggle, just stopped. It was as if whoever had made them had vanished. I stopped myself, squatted down, and examined the surrounding area. The sand was soft enough to hold prints, but there were no additional tracks. I scanned the canyon walls. The rocks were tall, jagged, and uneven, perfect for climbing, but I saw no handholds that looked recently disturbed. Nothing, and the silence was overwhelming. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. There were no birds, no insects, not even the faint hum of cicadas that normally filled the desert heat. Just the oppressive quiet. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. Rangers are trained to be observant, yes, but also to manage fear. Fear can make you do stupid things out here. I told myself that someone probably had climbed up the rocks, hidden, or maybe even doubled back. Hunters sometimes do this. Trespassers, poachers, lost hikers. They all move strangely when they're scared or trying to avoid detection. I checked my radio, called in my position again, and told dispatch I would continue searching, but that I had no visual contact. Their response was calm, but formal. Keep safe, return when possible, don't take risks. I decided to climb a ridge to get a better view. The rocks were steep, and the loose gravel made every step precarious. I moved slowly, testing each foothold, my heart thudding more from concentration than fear. Once on top, I could see the canyon stretching in both directions. From this vantage point, I noticed a faint dust trail leading further into a narrow wash. My pulse quickened. Whoever had been here was moving, and I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to follow. But I did. The wash narrowed into a slot canyon, shadows stretching unnaturally in the bright afternoon sun. I had my flashlight ready, even though it was still daylight. My training kept me methodical. Step by step. Scan. Listen. I noticed small details. Broken twigs, scuffed rocks, faint scuff marks that suggested someone had brushed against the canyon walls. They weren't deliberate. They were survival marks, someone moving fast, trying not to leave obvious tracks, but leaving clues anyway. My sense of being watched intensified. Hours passed. The sun started to dip behind the western cliffs. I had been hiking for close to 4 hours, and the shadows were getting longer. I knew that if I didn't find a place to set up before dark, I could be in real trouble. The desert temperature drops fast at night, and the Slot Canyon would become a freezing wind tunnel. I located a ledge about 15 feet above the canyon floor. It wasn't comfortable, but it was safe. I set down my pack, took a drink of water, and scanned my surroundings one last time. And then I saw it, a glint, tiny but unmistakable, catching the last rays of sunlight. A metallic object wedged between two rocks further down the canyon. Curiosity and duty both told me to investigate. I climbed down carefully, keeping my flashlight ready. As I approached, I saw what it was, a small hunting knife, blood-stained on the handle and blade. My stomach sank. Whoever had been here was armed and had been injured. The blood was old enough to be drying, but not weeks old. Hours, maybe. My training kicked in. First, ensure my safety. Second, document. Third, locate any survivors or threats. I marked the location on my GPS and took photos with my phone, then began scanning the canyon walls and floor for more signs. That's when I realized that something else was off. There were rocks that had been recently disturbed, stacked in a way that looked like someone had tried to create a small barrier or hide something. And then I smelled it, something sharp and metallic. Blood. Fresh blood. My heart raced. I knew I had to proceed carefully. I followed the faint trail of blood deeper into the Slot Canyon, using both hands to stabilize myself on narrow ledges. The canyon walls rose steep and close on both sides. Light was fading fast, and I had no choice but to switch on my flashlight. The beam bounced off the walls, revealing scratch marks, deep, desperate gouges in the stone that made my stomach turn. Whoever had been here had fought or struggled. I scanned the walls higher up and noticed smears, handprints in dried blood, a trail that climbed slightly before disappearing. I felt a chill. Whoever had climbed out, leaving only the lower blood trail behind. Then I heard it, a sudden, faint rustling from further down the canyon. My flashlight beam darted toward the sound. Nothing. I froze. I told myself it was probably a small animal. Coyotes, javelinas, desert rats, they make noise at night. But instinct screamed at me. Someone or something had been watching me. I tightened my grip on my flashlight, checked my sidearm, and proceeded cautiously. Step by step, my boots sliding on loose sand, my eyes scanning every crevice, every shadow. The rustling came again, closer this time. And then I saw movement, fast, darting between rocks, almost too quick to register. My gut told me it was human. I called out, my voice echoing off the canyon walls. Silence. Night had fallen completely, and I realized I was now in the most dangerous position possible. Alone in a narrow canyon with no clear exit, following a blood trail that could lead anywhere, and possibly being watched. I set my pack down, tried to calm my breathing, and consider my options. Turning back was dangerous because I could encounter whoever or whatever was ahead. Pressing forward was dangerous for the same reason. I decided the only safe option was to climb back out to the ridge where I had started. From above, I would have visibility, a better escape route, and radio signal. The climb was slow and exhausting. Loose rocks slid under my boots, and my hands scraped against